idea. Has that sent me live? Is that how this website works? Okay, it would appear that Twitch is working. Okay, so Twitch is now live. Is YouTube live? youtube.com/@SideshowValorant. Yes, it does appear to be live. Now what the hell thumbnail has this picked though? It's just picked my default thumbnail. Well, that's a bit annoying. I don't know why it's done that or how to fix that, but hello. YouTube is live as well. Oh shit, wait, and I can see the YouTube chat. So I'm streaming with Restreamio because I wasn't able to get YouTube chat working earlier today. I thought, oh, well, you know, I've got a little bit of time this evening, so I'll have a mess around with it. Right, so now it's working on YouTube. The only problem with it, as far as I can see, is it's not using the thumbnail that I want. But I'll be honest with you, like, the thumbnail is not even that bad. It's just me doing a bunch of Valorant stuff. Honestly, it's not even a bad thumbnail. I'm not even going to bother fucking with it. Right. Okay, so we've got Restreamio working, and I didn't even have to pay for it. This is what I don't understand. I didn't pay for it. I thought it was a paid-for service. I'm not paying a dime. How does that work? Don't really know. Don't really know. But anyway, okay, it's functional. It's functional. The chat is a little strange for me to look at. Like, I'm not used to it, but okay. Right. Okay. Let me get situated. All right. First things first. Restreamio is Restreamio is working. Now, I'll give you a sneak peek of. We're not going to be looking at this, but my editor just sent over this. Am I going to leak something by doing this? I should probably put it full screen, actually, shouldn't I? Just in case I leak something. Give me a sec. So my editor just sent over this. This is a new thumbnail for something of. Oh, YouTube chat isn't up there. Why isn't YouTube chat up there? Wait. Why is the other chat up there? Now that I think about it, because I don't even have Castle Labs open. Like, where the fuck is this chat coming from? Okay. Anyway, yeah, my editor just sent this over, which I thought was an entertaining thumbnail. Yeah, it's for the other video. Right. So the game plan for this stream is, I need to prep for this match. Well, not this match, but this one. G2 versus Lev here, and that is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific. Is that even right? Yeah, 5 p.m. Pacific. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to rewatch G2 Cloud9. I'm going to rewatch Leviathan Furia. And we're going to really try to nail down pistol round strats, how they're using their Taeho utility when it comes to like Trent, when he was playing it on Lotus. See if we can pick out any other cool ideas, little bits and bobs, you know, notes, like that kind of stuff. So let me just add the YouTube chatters to the screen, because that needs to run through here. So let's see. Oh, no, I'm not doing the Sen Loud game. It's one of the first times in a while that I'm not doing a Sen game, actually. Okay, so now everyone's disappeared from the chat screen, but you should be back up in a moment. I think. We'll see, won't we? Now, one of the other bad parts too is I don't have, because I'm now streaming through Restream, I don't have the Twitch activity feed open. All of this, oh, hello. Okay, now everybody's on stream. Everybody is now on stream. And I think I have the activity feed as well. I think. I'm not sure though. Listen, if anyone wants to subscribe and figure it out, maybe I'll be able to see. But I think I should have it all up now. You know what as well? I don't need this panel. But I should probably leave it up there, to be honest, shouldn't I? Oh, fuck it. Fuck it, we'll be fine, we'll be fine, we'll be fine. Okay, let's have a look at this then. Ah, well, that's a problem. Every time I click on that, I have to reopen the chat. Okay, we can fix that by doing this. Bada bing, bada boom. Pull this over here. Ah, wait a second, there we go. Hawk Grove, thank you for the 14 months. And Dejubanai, thanks for the 78 months as well. Now, I hope neither of you put a message. Maxi Taxi, thank you for the new sub as well. I hope none of you put a message because I can't see the messages. Oh, you did put a message. Shit. Well. Can't see him. We can fix this manually by opening up a few different windows, but I was hoping that I could avoid that. You know what, bollocks to it. Let's just do it properly. If you're gonna stream, you might as well put some fucking effort into it, hadn't you? Like, otherwise, what you're here for, honestly. Like, just being a mess. Okay. Let me put the slightest amount of effort in. Let me open up my Twitch dashboard. Let me open up my YouTube thing. We'll eventually figure out how all this works. I'm on the wrong account on YouTube. Don't worry, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. I got jump scared by my own face. I look so much older on stream. I look so much older. When I look at myself in the mirror, I still see like a fairly youthful young man. And I look at myself on stream and I'm like, holy fuck, what happened to you? What am I doing? I'm a bit jet lagged. I can't exactly remember what I was doing. I was getting up the Twitch activity feed, which is found here. And I was going to pop it out and put it over on this monitor so that I can see it. There we go, and then we can close that. And then we go over to here, YouTube Studio, and we're good to go. Not now, close that, get rid of the followers. Right, there we go. Raid 008, thank you for the Prime as well, 4 hours ago. I didn't realize about. Oh shit, wait, that's what the other one does. The other one shows some YouTube chat, YouTube super chat. Somebody just became a member. Ah, and that doesn't show up on the Twitch feed. Dude, multi-streaming sucks, man. It sucks. It'd be so easier just to tell you YouTube motherfuckers to get owned like I did this morning. It would be so much easier. Okay, I'm not gonna do that though. I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to be good. I'm gonna be better. Dude, multi-streaming sucks. And I'm gonna I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna pop this out, pop out the chat, and then I'm gonna drag that one down here. And I'm gonna put this onto this, and we're good to go. Max Taxi and Artemis, thank you very much for the members. And we're hot to trot, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it. We've only gone and done it. Okay. Gonna swap some things around. And now I can just leave these open and we should be ready for the EMEA stream in the morning. Right. God damn, we finally got there. Okay. Now, as I said, oh wait, but now every time I want to change my fucking scene, I have to reopen everything because it swaps OBS to the front. You know what? I can live with that. I can live with that because I'm not a little man-child. I can live with that tiny, tiny amount of problem. Let's watch G2 play against Cloud9, okay? I watched this one live. I was enamored by it. It was an incredible game. I watched Leaf just destroy people by pushing on the defense. I'm wondering if it's because Cloud9 were only doing like 4-person, 5-person hits on their attack side of Lotus, because I saw, like I was thinking about anteing the way that they played against NRG, and it was very all in, because they don't really have any senti. They have the deadlock, but it's got no flank watch at all. So that someone's ripping a nice joint outside. Okay, let's have a look at this game.
See, the duelist they brought in last year to add world champion Georgimo. Everyone is looking at this as a straight-up upgrade. He's one of the best duelists in the game.
Not streaming at 60 FPS.
From that man
no, I am.
is
No, I am.
unreal.
Okay.
He's on the Yoru here on Lotus, an unorthodox.
So
pick.
we're
I'm
going to look at
excited to see what he can
G2.
do.
I mean, last time we were kind of focusing on both teams, but let's have a look. So their default is that they're throwing. I mean, on the pistol round here, they are.
Zephyr, the one to watch after the game against NRG, lights out across both
They're
of those
tail
maps.
blasting over toward. They're salvoing a rubble.
Knocked out there by that fault line.
They then
really
throw
push on out here.
stun. They're then throwing the
TP
Tail
out
stun
straight
afterwards
away.
as
That looked a
well.
little bit dangerous for Valorant.
And Jorgable
Will go up just to obscure the
TP's
view,
back
but
into the A site as well.
backing
Throws
up
his
Card
teleport
before
back
he
into
could
the A
round
site at the
corner.
beginning
All
of the
C9
round.
gathered up, ready to explode through tree. G2 on
Just
the rotate.
to allow
They
him
wanna
to
try
fight
take the
aggressively
to
and
the
still have a
mode.
get out
Net
clause.
pretty low, Zephyr
And then they're
Mitch,
walking forward to
not
look
so
at this
much.
protocol.
They're able to get in
Look at
this
that.
fight
That
from
is
net. Yep.
so lovely, man. That's so beautiful. They're as they lose tree control, they walk forwards to clear the player that's going to be in the post-plant position. So they know that they're going to leave somebody behind over towards root or rubble. And so they're going hunting this player before they go for the retake. And they're
Not so
instant
much.
about it as well.
They're
This is
able to get in
before
and
the
make this
plant
fight from
even
net.
goes
Yep,
down.
just gonna
They're
be
ready
that anchor player.
to
Didn't have a lot of help to
go
work
for
with
that.
while the rest of
That's a
C9
very
get up
nice
and eat
idea.
onto that A site.
I like this. They're trying to flip the site, take control of Heaven. Valen is
The
ready
VOD
for
is
this
too
though, with the
loud.
paranoia on.
Isn't it all just the same volume that it was earlier today? How can the VOD be too loud, man? Reduce the stream volume, please. Isn't it just exactly the same? It's just way louder than you are. What the fuck? Okay, well then, hold your horses, because I need to increase... If I increase my volume here, does it increase your volume as well?
On standby.
Is that even louder for you?
Moment to send it just yet.
I don't know how
Barry,
that
though,
works.
is in stairs. G2 have limited options to get into the site. Nox, he's going to be forced back by that paranoia. Jorgamo stunned briefly.
Sound the same?
Now you got to go
Okay,
for
well
it.
then maybe I
Wait for
can...
Jorgamo looking to group up here. Here comes the Teo util.
Alright, hold. If I knock this down to 25, but I boost the overall volume up to like 70 for me, then that should equalize things. Because that is loud in my headset now. But maybe it'll be quiet enough for you.
Gotta find a way through, but he's sticking it. Right clicks interrupt, but Professor P gets
That's
the
better? Okay. I thought that when I increased my desktop audio output, I thought that it was capturing that in OBS. Okay, anyway, sorry. Let's just have a look at what the next wave of this is from G2.
I like this. They're trying to flip the site, take control of Heaven. Valen is ready for
So
this though, with the
Leaf
paranoia on
was
standby.
thinking about doubling up with
Moment
Valen,
to send it just
but
yet.
instead decides not
Barry, though,
to.
is in stairs. G2 have limited options to get into the site. Nox, he's going to be forced back. by
Paranoia thrown to try to disguise as if everyone's retaking from Heaven. And they're not. They're silent retaking from like main.
Leaf's able to get in there though. Vic trying to play around this one way to some degree.
It is so
Vic's
nice from
already on the
G2,
defuse. It's up to Vic
honestly.
here. Gotta find a way through, but he's sticking it. Right clicks
Hello
into
everybody.
it.
Hello.
Professor P.
Have you watched any Lev VODs? I mean, yeah, I watched Lev have only played one game. I watched them play against Furia, but I'm gonna rewatch it afterwards.
Get off that nice clean execute.
And that deadlock util in the post plants makes it tough for G2 to
So then,
retake quiet.
hold. So Jorg buys Outlaw. They've got an Outlaw, 2 Stinger, Spectre, and Bulldog. I don't know why they would go for a buy like this. It's quite unusual. I mean, maybe because they know that Oxy sometimes force buys. So they want to prio full armor? Because Valen and Leaf have gone for full armor Stinger. which seems like a weird buy. Am I Pacific watch partying? No, I need to get to bed. When I'm in America, I can't do Pacific.
We'll see if G2 allow them so deep into these sites and execute again.
Yeah, I think it might be because Cloud9 like to force a lot, Deluxe. I don't think it's because of anything to do with the range on the map. I don't think G2 will do this against other teams. I think this is G2. I think this is C9's Pacific anti-pro.
Ooh, okay.
Could be wrong though. Could be wrong. We'll see in the next game.
The rarest of whiffs from the Dogamo.
Because sometimes C9 go for only Oxy has a Guardian or only Oxy has an Outlaw. And then sometimes C9 will full force. And they do that more than almost every other team.
Still shouldn't be too much danger, Leaf.
He knows. I think he spots Mitch's shoulder there. It's going to be forced back.
That is really ridiculous from G2. Like, that couldn't be more perfect. The fact that Leaf manages to get in front of the fault line and then Valen comes through with the paranoia is just ridiculous.
The last official that G2 played was actually against Cloud9 at Red Bull Homeground, off-season event. They got absolutely dominated.
Lost 0-2, only got 9 rounds in that game.
Jorgamo versus Demon 1 is such a nice storyline for Lev G2.
It's a different C9 roster.
Such a lovely one.
It's the Rossi look.
The hotly debated Rossi look into this new iteration that immediately off the jump just beat the bad roster move allegation. Rounds in that game. First match
So
of the
they
season,
one way over
immediate
towards
chance
Mound.
for some revenge.
It's a different C9 roster than what
Jorg
we had
again
then.
is
It's the
starting the
Rossi
round with a teleport behind him to be able to escape. And he's got a triple setup. Sorry, where did they throw the stuff at the start of the round? Did it break the door and go rubble again?
9 rounds in that
Yes.
game. First match
Which
of the
makes a
season,
lot of
immediate
sense.
chance for some revenge.
And
It's a different
immediately
C9
Trent
roster than
goes
what we
over
had then.
towards
It's the Rossi
B
look.
for this triple play.
The hotly debated Rossi
They're coached by a
into
bald
this
British
new
me
iteration
No,
that
I'm afraid
immediately
me
off
coaching
the
them
jump
doesn't really
just
sell me.
beat the
Not
bad
because of
roster
anything to do
move
with me, it's just
allegations,
that
at least up until
we don't
this
have the
point.
bald identity like that.
Cloud9 here. Pretty slow about moving on out, but clearing these close corners as if they want to start hitting A a little faster. That toxic screen though is going to allow G2 to play out from Hobbit.
Again, you can see the defenders, G2, just
Leaf
gathering
spots
up,
net.
ready to explode onto C9 when they try.
I think that's a fairly
forward.
big
One of
tell
those
that this is
transitional
an
moments,
actual A hit.
barrage of utils to come in, but
You see that Valen leaves C
rotating away
completely
is
at
that
this point.
Tejo, Trent trying to meet up with Jaw on site, who still got that outlaw, couldn't connect the shot on the prior round.
Although
and will
he
have
is
to
going
connect
back
two
over
to
there a
kill
little
anyone
bit.
on C9.
But they're very happy to lean A.
Keep him in the head, buddy. There it is, Oxy down to 10. Mitch able to deal with Trent at the very least, and Net wants to go towards Baby Doll.
That was such a nice spray down by
Net.
Net.
Own Grav Net wide, that is huge. Jorgamo and Valen now have to put it together. The Lacto's a long way away. but
Jorg is
Jorg
doing
takes the
so
swing,
much with the outlaw
takes
though.
the shot, and Vic is cleaned up, but
He
man,
could not
he needs
afford to
help.
reload there.
And the mastermind is too far away.
Unfortunately, it takes 3 millennia to reload the outlaw. You have to be
Yeah, very
far,
nice net by
far
Net.
away.
A literal ice age. Net here. There's no hurry. Yeah, Valen picks him up, and Net's been playing that position in the post plant constantly.
All of a sudden, we've got some real danger. And
All of a sudden,
danger
all of a
aside,
sudden,
the
a Blooming Grey
economic
pudding can
advantage
fly
already
in
dealt from
through the
G2
air.
is
Pretty
more
good.
than enough to be happy to walk away with if Valen just goes down here.
Denying 3 goals
Paranoia
from
into the
Cloud9 on a
smoke
bonus
and
round.
along the line, trying to see if he can flush somebody
Valen,
into him.
If he can get just a little more, he'll be grinning.
Good luck, though, against the breach. Tejo trying to defuse a spike with the clock ticking.
There is a TP here for
What do I
Valen.
think the maps will be
Be able to
tomorrow?
reposition
I don't
out.
think we have enough
Neutral
data
gonna
to
come
know
in,
that, to be
Valen
honest with you.
hasn't left himself enough time.
But it's an interesting question, so let's have a little think about it. We only have one game of each, so we don't even know whether like a G2 permabanning fracture, a Leviathan permabanning bind, or is that just against a specific opponent? We don't actually know that. I'd be a little surprised if G2 are banning fracture, because the comps that they're running, the like Breach Tejo that they ran on Lotus, seems like it would work perfectly well on fracture. Could I see Lev banning bind though? Yeah, I could, especially if they've got Demon 1 on full-time duelist duty. I could see that being a bit of a weakness for them. But okay, if we assume that it's the same bans, which already is probably a faulty assumption, then we get fracture and bind gone at the beginning, and then what are we just assuming we get Abyss and Split? There's just nowhere near enough data to go off here. I'm not exactly convinced with the split pick, but they did play the map well together, but it wasn't, there's nothing new or interesting about this composition. And even though they played really tightly off each other here, Leviathan, I thought this was a very clear example of Demon One not being like an entry, a space taker, a gap closer. This was very much just like the whole pack working together. Yeah, I have no idea what the maps are going to be. I don't even think it's likely that we see Fracture banned. I think there's entirely a chance that Fracture is left open. I mean, you could see them try to go into Lotus because it looked good, but the thing is too, they'll be trying to avoid anti from each other, so I think it could go literally anywhere. Like genuinely anywhere. I think the only map we're unlikely to see is Bind, because there is at least a valid reason why Lev might want to not play that map. But I could see it going anywhere else. So, unfortunately, got no answers for you there.
We'll be walking away from it.
What the fuck? All you do is stream Go Touch Grass? You're literally flying... Okay. Bren and Alice are flying in, and I got a message from Bren a couple hours ago, like literally 3 hours ago, saying, ranked when I get in. Me, you, Wyatt, Alice. Like, Alice is in the chat saying, go touch grass. What, so that I have time to relax before you whip me in the dungeons of ranked again? That's...
This one here is Cloud9 get themselves on the board with this buy. They only have 2 rifles to show for it.
G2 will be content with that.
That is so cool. I mean, I literally have the receipts.
Beautiful transfer onto the second.
He's airing my ass, yeah. Well, don't come for me then.
Ned has been a fascinating player to watch over the last couple of years. 2024, he had to fight his way through challengers to prove himself to get back here. He's been looking so good as of late.
And there's a fast push up here for Oxy now as G2.
They've got very similar defensive setup here, except that Leaf is C instead of Valen.
1-3-1 look for the defenders
And
now.
that is...
He's hit with a concuss. He's going to take some damage here.
That is nightmarishly good. Watching this live was so fucking good. It's just so clean. There must be a gap at the other side, right?
1-3.
Like, you can't see it on the camera, but there must be... You know how the circle here intersects with the circle there? There must be a gap on the other side, because they've focused it along this wall. But I don't think Oxy could literally get there if he tried, because he's stunned up as fuck. That's so nice.
Now is Oxy. He's hit with a concuss. He's going to take some damage here and walk out.
And it just perfectly flushes you into the open.
And
And I don't know what Mitch was doing there trying to trade. I mean, that's a good luck trading that. No chance. No chance. Is this guy harassing my wife again? Your wife is harassing me.
Net throws down the grab net. Gets in onto that seaside elite. He's going to be forced away here. He lacks back up right now, and Waterfall smoked off.
Hello, Liz. Hello, Bren. Hello, Alice. How are you all?
We're fighting this? They want to take this tool. Okay, well, Leaf says, I'll have one, thank you.
Sorry, let me look at when Leaf uses his snake bite in this round.
Disastrous start to the round. Net throws down.
Trained on that choke.
He just plays like a soft defense of this site.
Advantage extended for G2.
What a disastrous start.
Yeah, he just chucks it out and then realizes that he's missed the timing and needs help.
Net throws down the grab net. Gets in onto that seaside elite. He's going to be forced away here. He lacks back up right now, and Waterfall smoked
Now,
off.
why has he bought the light armor? Did Jorg also buy the regen armor? These are the kind of little things that might be real interesting.
Against his old squad.
Kind of tough to tell though when they would have bought it.
Have
All right, only Valen survived this round.
Onto the second
So then coming into this round, Leaf and Jorg.
His return to VCT Americas Is
Okay,
it
but we don't
so
see
good,
Jorg's
absolutely.
player POV, do we?
There's a fast
Which would
push.
be the only way
Really
of telling whether
serious.
he's using
Even if it's
light
gone.
armor.
And Seaside and Leaf is going to be... Oh, Leaf says...
Let's see if we
Oh,
see
thank
Jorg's
you.
POV later on.
Yes, perhaps the wall now.
Be real, MIBR at
Also
EG?
pretty
MIBR, I
easy
think.
here for G2. Net trying to push up now. Trent
Okay,
finds his
didn't
third of the
really
round.
tell whether
Zephyr,
Jorg had light
step back
armor
on the side.
or
Get
regen
ready for
armor
a
there.
spray, but Fallon puts it to bed. And already G2 starting to emerge as a very confident contender here on Lotus.
That is clinical. The breach
What if
and the
Bren was
Tejo
called bread instead and he was a
combining the
delectable
utility with
baked
that
food
free
instead of a
first
Valorant
punishing
caster?
Mitch, who just
What if he
wanted to
was?
trade things back
What if he
desperately.
was?
They play it safe,
Holdy
play to the
Honey,
man
thank you for the
advantage
70
rotate.
months. I think Alice is allowed to harass you since you're going to stream those games anyway. You have a monetary incentive to be for your friends to be mean to you on the internet.
I guess
Okay,
they're
and
a
you think
perfect
that makes it acceptable?
Fearless duelist, like,
sort of
could just take to go on this round. It is going to be an eco, but perhaps that could turn the tide.
looking like a war zone out there with his Tejo util already thrown down. Oxy commits over Rubble already with a stinger. He needs to close the gap, and it might be another blast pack that gets him there, but it's been a quiet outing. for him
G2 are
so
now going
far.
for all full armor, so it doesn't look like they...
Gonna spot him out. It's just too easy for Jorg.
God.
The rest of the Cloud9 team, they've retreated. They're trying to pivot.
So let's see
over to the
how...
C site
We've
where
seen how
Valen's
Leaf anchors
taking
this site. Let's see how
contact.
Valen anchors
And
it.
he knows that he can just fall back, play this safe, allow Cloud9 to come in, and again, just play for this
What
man
did he use
advantage.
his smokes on already?
So this is a strong Cloud9 team. They have the best in their...
Till already
So
thrown
there's a
down.
one-way,
Spot him out. It's just too easy.
and then he uses one over towards Rubble, because he thinks it's a full Rubble fight.
Jorg.
So then as
The
they
rest
come
of the
back over
Cloud9
to him
team,
at
they've
Mound here,
retreated.
Valen
They're
doesn't have
trying
a
to
second
pivot over
smoke
to the C site where
for
Valen's
another 8
taking
seconds.
contact.
I imagine Valen would be throwing down a smoke at this point in the C
And he knows
choke
that he can
if
just fall back,
he had
play
one.
this safe, allow Cloud9 to come in, and again just play for this man advantage, retake if necessary, and that will be the
Is
case.
Sancho your
Went for a
first
good
name or
burn
your
by
last
Jorgemont as
name?
well after that first
Yeah,
encounter
it's
of
my
the round. Oxy
more of my
allocation.
spiritual name, I suppose.
Once again, Valen not overextending for this. This wall's easily clear with that smoke in the way, and here's Valen. He gets his one. Jaw there, getting towards back halls now, and that's the wall cleared.
I do like that aggressive flash peek. C9 trying to find some kind of advantage.
He knows.
Net overextended.
Information there coming from Jorgemont. Jordan able to capitalize it.
It
And
just
Trent from Waterfall.
looks super nice.
This is airtight.
Looks
I think
super
Jorge-
nice from G2.
Only
Puts him in trick room, you know, slows him right down.
Have
we've
fun at
seen
work, Liz.
Cloud9 how important Oxy has been to their success.
What did they do
It's
at the start of the
critical-
round here? They did the stun
That's
salvo
players.
over towards C.
Puts him in
Yeah,
trick
so this stun salvo is interesting. Who did we see doing a lot of this? Was it NRG? Can't remember.
room, you know, slows him right
Somebody
down.
was doing a ton of this stuff.
And we've seen for Cloud9
Stun,
how important
salvo.
Oxy has been to their success.
Valen
was
throws a
critical
smoke over there
factor
as well.
of
No
them
response,
making
no
playoffs
util,
last
no
year.
nothing, so they just
Breakout
insta
star
rotate
trying
over
to
to A where all the
brute
noise
force
is
the tree
happening.
past the Viper wall, will get control
So
of
now
the
they've
area.
used
G2
stun,
rotating
they've used
quickly
salvo,
to
and they've
defend
used
this.
both
The Rolling
smokes.
Thunder going to come in, but the Annihilation is going to slow, well, you think, Cloud9 up. Instead, they're
Yeah,
going to go for
that-
it anyway. Concuss does connect onto Mitch, but it's still all systems go.
The Tejo ult here is interesting as a response. You Tejo ult, but it's so slow that it can't actually keep C9 out.
Is going to slow, well, you think.
So then they're trying to flood, assuming that C9 are not in backside already,
Cloud9 up. Instead, they're going to go for it anyway. Concuss does connect onto
but they are.
Mitch, but it's still all systems go for C9, and there's Oxy fighting his double. Mitch folds away, knows Valen has no choice but to take this fight, and it's an easy pickup, although Vic somehow in the periphery was down. Jonah P finds his, and
Oh,
now
that's
Leaf
so
has
ridiculous.
to fight in against Oxy and Mitch in the post plant.
Oh, that was some great
Yeah, I mean,
movement
that's-
to get the kill on Zephyr.
That's
His
basically
long
just an
time
example of the
teammate.
Tejo ult being
But
too
now,
slow to do what
1
G2 are
versus
attempting to
2,
do with
Oxy
it,
and Mitch trying to set
which
up
is to stop the
Crossfire, Leaf
other team from scaling past it.
creeping upstairs, going for the flank at some point here.
Which game are you casting tomorrow?
Oxy
G2
needs to
versus
be
Lev.
aware. So
This
much
has gotta
time is
give him-
ticking.
Oxy knows, he has that awareness, but I think Leaf has managed to avoid detection. They're never going to check pit. Here's Leaf. One.
I can't believe we won this. It was an outrageously good round.
To shambles.
Outrageously good
That's not
round.
a round you can afford.
Let me look at his pathing and his timing here as well, because he starts over towards the C side, right? Because they're doing that like triple clear over here. They do the stun into the salvo.
Wall will
And
get
then does he
control
just
of
straight
the
up push
area.
the whole
G2, they've
thing
rotated
out?
quickly to defend this.
The Rolling Thunder going to come in, but the
Does
Annihilation is
he?
going
Does
to
anyone
slow.
give
Well,
him
you think
info about
Cloud9
net? Yeah, they must do, right? Because they see a deadlock wall here. So Jonah P sees the deadlock wall. So maybe that gets calmed to Leaf, that he doesn't need to worry about Net on the flank.
Up. Instead, they're going to go for it anyway. Concuss does connect onto mid,
And then he's slow walking through this area in case they have a sonic sensor. And then he runs through this area. So he runs all the way up to this wall, slow walks past the wall, runs all the way up to this wall. He's probably going to slow walk here as well.
Oxy fighting his double. Mitch folds away, knows
I mean, he's slow walking more around here, actually. More commonplace for it, I suppose. But he's here so quick.
Finds his, and now Leaf has to fight in against shambles. That's not a round you can afford to lose.
Do you think your Leaf top 3 players more than paid off in the long run? Yeah, it definitely has.
Oh,
It took longer to materialize than I thought, because I was singing his praises in like 2021 maybe? But I think he's just proven himself completely to be an incredible player. So Breach ult stops the scaling. Jorg just walks up like that? What am I missing here?
The Molotov on the ground, Oxy can't get past.
He doesn't want to commit further to try and guarantee a hit off that showstopper. Fair enough.
Nothing. He literally just walks up on him. He doesn't use any util. He just fucking walks up on Xeppaa and destroys him.
Rolling Thunder here makes things.
What the hell? Okay.
Awkward for C9 and Jorgamo. Found Xeppaa. Digs him out on the A side.
Josh, do you think we could play Battle Shits this year at the America's Hotel? No, we could not play Battle Shits at the America's Hotel. What would that, at the hotel, like, you want to break into my room and shit on my toilet?
Out of the map. Now, narrowing options down for C9. They have to re-clear
Bren said he's going to find your hotel room and shit in your toilet because you are ignoring me. I didn't realize I was ignoring you. I wasn't trying to ignore you.
Xeppaa torched NRG.
I will start the battle shits.
Really shut down those, saying he should have been one of the casualties of C9's roster moves in the
I was just looking over. My editor just sent the video of the second time we discussed pissing and shitting ourselves. And Mimi was making the case for it. And then Alice told the story about Bren pooing his pants while doing a Fortnite dance. It's going to make a great YouTube video, honestly.
On their intended spike location, Oxy steps into a Trent. Okay,
that's just so good from Trent. What's the game plan here, though? What's the idea if Trent doesn't kill 3?
B now, Cloud9 finally settling on their intended spike location.
Are they stunning or flashing to follow up or what? Honestly, Jonah's not even doing anything.
Into a Trent. Okay, Trent. Cuts a bloody swat through Cloud9 and Net is able to salvage.
30 seconds left.
But it's a grim landscape that he looks upon now with the absence of his teammates and Leaf will put him out of his misery.
This team is
Am I going to be working
very
Masters Bangkok?
right now.
Certainly hope so. I think so. Yeah.
Looking like it's going up.
Hello, Swing Chip. How you doing?
Onto the C9 did good work. Just prior
Thank you
to
for the
round
very
2, bringing
kind
out some of
comment on
those
my
ultimates,
Instagram
safely
story a
escaping
few
out
weeks
of the
ago, by the way.
B-side.
I didn't respond, but I appreciated it.
And who is with him? Who is with him? The rest of C9 are forced back by the...
Sorry, let's have a look at that
Safely
fight.
escaping out of the B site, but
So is this...
fire in the round 2, baiting out some of those ultimates, safely escaping out of the B
I
site.
wish the salvos were more visible on the minimap, man.
But
Okay, so salvos go towards back rubble to catch the person that's teleporting, like Oxy or Vic. So they stun down the line here, and then in order to get past the breach stun, you need to teleport or blast back, and that's where the salvos are going to hit you.
ends in tragedy.
Oxy actually gets above them on top of rubble,
The early A fight again.
and Jorg is just on the most devious angle. I do like that setup, though, from G2. Would you agree that relative to how insane Trent was on the guard, this G2 stint has been below expectations? Yeah, I think I kind of would, because he was outrageously good on the guard. he's still been up there in terms of like best scan initiator players. And I think the way that he's playing in this first game of 2025 was amazing. I mean, truly amazing. But I do agree with you that compared to Trent on the guard, he isn't their like carry player, and he wasn't their carry player last year. Not at all, actually. He was probably their... might have even been their fourth best player last year. Third or fourth. But I don't think he's a bad player, and I don't think he's even not a good player. Like, he's literally a very good player. It's just that he set the expectations so high with how he performed on the guard.
Who is with him?
What's up, Tyson? How's it going?
Forced back by the fault line. Oxy has no support there. And he's committed. He's stuck out there.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you found some value out of it, Sion.
Another early round play goes up in smoke for the attackers.
I think Valen was their best player last year. Jonah P was a close second. And then
they go for that early foray into A. They try to insert someone or find a pick, but it's really
then I think Leaf was their third best player, probably.
They pivot to C. G2 give the
and then I think Trent, and then Icy.
Retake, rinse and repeat.
But
Valen can take his time here.
Leaf also had some incredible games where he looked like the best, and Jonah had some incredible games where he looked like the best as well. So the top three were super interchangeable.
From the high ground, though, deals with it. Stingers here, remember, it's an awkward buy for C9. They've done well to at least get into the side, but still.
I'm not going to do that.
That's the first time I've really seen G2 try to fight before the spike goes down. Dodgeball on the flank gets a free one on.
So let's take a look at this round. This one looks like an interesting one again. So this is the punish on Oxy at the beginning of the round. They pivot into C. C should be weak. You know, when we're looking at C, C only has one player, and they're pretty much just playing retake the whole time on this side. Leaf gets in, dodges all of the utility, nearly gets two.
Net from the high ground though deals with it. Stingers here, remember it's an
and Jorg is just full pushing out behind.
Get into the side, but still no play.
That's the first time we've really seen G2 try to fight before the spike goes down. Dodgeball on the flank gets a free one on.
They this composition does make it very easy for G2 to be abusing flank and playing a collapse style of retake against them.
And Net just doesn't even see where his assailants are set up.
It is
happened.
Yeah, Valen has just gotten better and better every year, for sure. Hi Josh, hi Bren. Love your casts and plat chat. Maybe talk about shit and piss less though. Much love. We'll take it under consideration, Josh Gang, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good, gotta say.
Big ultimates to play with.
Stun onto Leaf to begin. Leaf pops ultimate. Now there's a difference. So we haven't really seen cross-map teleports from Jorgmo. What we've seen is Jorg throwing them back towards stairs or back towards the back of A site. But we have not seen Jorg really using cross-map TPs until this round. And also, I mean, mostly he's been starting over towards A at the start of these two. Maybe it's because it's a big ult round. Maybe it's because he knows that Leaf might need help inside of the pit.
Here to stop the bleeding. Leaf feeling the pressure from the fault line, going to drop the Viper's pit, try and delay this C-side execute, allow some rotates to come through.
And he avoids all of it. Every one of those ultimates, yep. Okay, well, Leaf's going to sit inside the pit that wasn't able to be cleared by all of that util. There was someone caught inside that Annihilation at the very least. Looks like they were rescued though.
It's an interesting Taeho.
Inside the Annihilation?
We'll need a replay on that from the point of view of the.
They've done a great job at relieving pressure on Leaf. I think that's one of the things that G2 have looked really good at here is getting enough control over towards A and B that they can rotate people onto C without leaving big gaps on A and B. Because the Viper Wall gives them constant B control. And they normally have people early B as well. But because their composition just wins rubble every round against Cloud9, they never have to worry about the fact that they're like giving Rubble and Mound to C9. If C9 want Mound, they can take it, but they're giving up Rubble 100%. And if they try to fight Rubble and then rotate C, well, they just post up one player like Valen is right now, and they can full rotate everyone else. I mean, Jorgamo was doing it before as well, where he's pushed all the way up to lobby. C9 are unfortunately losing in every aspect of this, which I assume that Leviathan would not. I think if Lev played this map, surely they would be running a... What would they be running, though? They'd be running Raze, I would assume, right? And then... Is a Demon 1 a good enough Raze to try to thrive in the chaos of these Rubble fights? That seems really... That's a big question mark for me. The more chaotic a player is, the more likely they're going to succeed as a duelist on Lotus when you have the big Rubble fights. I think that's unlikely that he thrives in that kind of situation. It seems like the slower pace situations he thrives in. I just can't imagine him double blast packing up on top of Rubble and doming a couple players. Or like playing Neon and sprinting to the door and then, you know, wrapping around with a Fade Horn or something. That's just never going to be how Leviathan play those spots, right? They're just going to default C-Mound every round and just boombot into the smoke, take Mound control, try to re-clear Rubble. I fear they get cooked by this. I fear they get cooked. Is it possible they run double smokes with Omen Astra and have Tex on Raze? They don't seem... They've given some interviews which suggest Demon 1 is their duelist on every map. And also, if they were going to do that, why not do that on Split as well? Have Tex play Raze. I don't know. I think they're just going to keep Demon 1 on duelist.
Moved him into the next dimension.
Kiwix, thank you for the 11 months. The 25 months, my apologies. And Vexolite, thanks for the 2-month resub as well. Sorry, let's have a look at that.
Well, we'll check back in on that.
And this time C9
Look at how fast Trent reacts to this.
Well, we'll check back in on that.
Look, okay, this is the first frame that Valen realizes he's being pressured. This is like half a second later, Trent is already in his iPad, ready to throw the counter utility. Like he's actually so ready. He's so fucking ready. He's holding contact for Jonah P in B, and he's ready to throw salvos over towards A main as soon as Valen needs any help, as soon as he hears anything A Rubble.
This time C9 they're back on the pivot to A. I like this util to
and the stun comes out so fast from Jonah as well. I mean, look how good this setup is at being able to control Rubble and B. This is... how are you getting through B here? Trent takes contact, salvos, Jonah P stuns, you're dead. You do so, like, you would have to pressure both at the same time. And actually that might be an ante that people come up with against G2 here, is that they try to figure out when they're in a setup like this and push through B at the same time as they do that pressure Rubble. Because if you do that pressure Rubble and you bait out the stun and the salvo, you might be able to get into B with a couple players.
Back out of the choke point.
The retake wall gets thrown up. Denies head vision and Cloud9 now.
G2 just the best team in the world. They
the only option
currently look like it.
Actually able to find.
Then again, I think Vitality are on the same level. I think there's only 2 teams right now that are looking like they're in world-beating form, and it's G2 Vitality.
Lazily takes him out. Now with 2 players left, this is Cloud9. In a position to try and plant.
Everyone else looks like they're playing catch-up a little bit.
He can't see the planter.
Team Heretics EDG might be there as well, but
this is must win for C9.
That depends
they can't afford to lose another.
Zephyr is low.
On their like
And he is starting to creep up on the site. Zephyr is holding a massive angle here.
Their ability to get the best out of themselves rather than the average of what we've seen.
Around the extremities of this poison orb. Someone give it a tickle, surely. And that's why it's called the can opener, not an old boot.
They drop the orb perfect.
Tickle, surely. And that's why it's called the can opener, not cannot.
They drop the orb.
Sorry, what is this line from Mitch?
George just deals with him. Now Leaf can potentially try and work around the extremities of this poison orb. Someone give it a tickle, surely. And that's why it's called the can opener, not cannot.
That's why it's called a can opener, not a cannot. Wait, what? What's he referring to? I don't get the reference. If he was talking about like a KO or something, I get it, but what? I see what he's cooking. I just don't think I attached myself to the like focus point of the reference.
Drop the orb, perfect timing, double face. This G2 team, I'm blown away.
Valen said Jorg is like their can opener because he opens up sites. Ah, and there is the key bit of reference. There's the key reference, the key bit of context that I didn't understand. Valen said that Jorg is their can opener. That's why they call him a can opener, not a can not. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it.
Or everything that occurred in the offseason, the opposite is happening in VCT right now.
Oh, it is the clone.
Oh my god. Oh, crazy.
So not only does he take 3
I
kills,
can't
he just counters the Deadlock ultimate entirely. Oh, Net goes fishing and comes up with an old boot. You hate to see it. Gotta be a pause here.
Second for Cloud9.
They have burnt through those all in the first half, and Imi knows he needs.
Would you be surprised if Crew made Bangkok? I would. If Crew make Bangkok, I'll fucking. They're not doing it, okay? They're not doing it. I would be surprised. I would be surprised. I'd be surprised.
Many years, in fact.
All missiles away.
They're trying to get out into A, but again, it's G2 with this early control. The breach, the Taeho, it's just too strong on that area of the map. Wants to get a duel against Jaw, but
We're doing that.
He just can't win that. You can't beat Jaw.
So
right
anytime that Jorg is starting B, he's throwing his teleport back C. So if you go B to C, you're going to run into Jorgamo. And anytime Jorg's starting A, he just puts his TP back on the back of A. So he doesn't have cross-map TPs when he begins
Alright, Leaf gonna be leaked
Rubble.
here briefly. Oxy though a little bit too late to capitalize on that, but still gets himself onto the side here. Once again, G2 not looking to interfere pre-plant. They're really giving a lot of space.
C9 want to find a pick. They want to even this 4v4. Dimensional Drift to get the information for the retakers.
Okay,
my
Oxy,
God.
a little sharp.
Wait, what the hell is that? Is that a deliberate bounce stun?
Drift
Look at that stun. Look at that bounce.
to get the information.
You see where it goes? This stun that Trent fires from back here bounces off this wall and lands in front of Leaf. There's no way that's deliberate though, right? Because what does it even do?
Information for the retakers.
Doesn't fucking accomplish anything.
Okay.
Actually, wait, it kind of does.
Even this 4v4. Dimensional Drift to get the information
It's just as that smoke is going away.
for the retakers.
There's no shot they're cooking that up. That's a coincidence. That's not Valorant. That's a coincidence.
Okay, Oxy, a little sharp. More of that. And Cloud9 will be smooth sailing with Jonah P. Chimes back in. Professor will book no nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
Jaw?
Stunned
Okay,
themselves.
just with the dimensional drift into a fault line, not ideal. Mitch sets that up well. Now the Rolling Thunder. Just as Leaf was trying to make a push, so Vic's able to clean him up comfortably and find a second from the back of sight. It's up to Old Faithful, Old Reliable. Valor will fall, and Vic.
If they hadn't stunned Jorgamo there, they'd probably win that round as well.
Finally out of the timeout, they're able to win a round the other day.
Bam.
But you are
It's
looking
not even
for
like
this
this
guy
round
to
is
be
that
the
sloppy,
star
though.
that
It's-
we know he is. He was one of the best.
really only that one
of
stun into the
2024. Outrageous.
Euro
Happily
roll.
snaps him up. Now though, this is not a round that will be supported by mass ultimates.
Wow, different from C9. They want to just contact out of here with a flash stop.
Okay, we get there. It's a little dicey, but we get there. Two sprayed down there with the Phantom. Jonah's going to have to stand and fight here, but he went for the weapon switch. And Zep was able to catch him out.
Valen getting wall
refight
banged
from
on a
Cloud9.
wall bang
They
but
just
spammed
need
through the
to seal
Viper
the deal,
wall
trade
is
down
a bit
effectively in
unfortunate.
the 3 versus 2. They can go tree into A safely.
Jorg is so fast on the flank.
Hey, we get there. Snaps him up.
What did they do at the start of the round here on C?
He's got to come to life.
Big fan of that util there from Mitch. Rolling Thunder gets at least 2 kills, so Vicky happily snaps him up. Now though, this is not a round that will be supported by mass ultimates.
Wow, different from C9. They want to just contact out of here with a flash stop.
Okay, we get there. It's a little dicey, but we get there. Two sprayed down
So
there with the Phantom.
as soon
Jonah's
as
gonna have to stand and
as soon
fight
as they
here, but he
realized it
went
was a
for the
mass
weapon
rubble
switch.
brawl,
Zep
Jorg
was
just
able to
starts
catch him out.
accelerating on Mound, and
Great
Leaf is
refight
rotated
from
back.
Cloud9. They just need to seal the deal. Trade
So they don't
down
want both of them
effectively
to be on
in
the
3
flank.
versus
They're
2.
splitting
They
up.
can go tree into A safely.
Leaf already with a massive 1
Do they
versus
do the
3
same
clutch
protocol where they
early in
clear
this
out
half.
rubble?
Vic still has a paranoia. Could be a big piece
Yeah.
of util to have one of his teammates swing off of, where he can proc that when the spike is tapped, flash up the person trying to defuse.
Jaw should be able to switch to a rifle. Yep, he's picked up a Phantom.
Time to jump.
Op really not where he wants to be in a fight like this. Now they're making all sorts of noise here with the paranoia. There's the clone, a lot of damage being put on C9 here. Jaw tries to swing it. Leaf is there. Oh my goodness, Leaf.
I can't even
There's
remember
more
if he
work to be
wins
done.
this. It feels like he should.
Very classy little right click here, and he knows approximately where Zeppo is, but not exactly. It's the two teammates, brothers in arms from yesteryear, and Zeppo this time.
It really feels like Leaf
Gusman's
should have been
walk
able to win that one.
after that when G2
I mean, not that
fully
it was
committed,
his
that
fault,
was
but like
lovely
he was
from
just playing
C9.
so
I
well.
mean, Jonah P not ready for that at all, right? You see him actually switching to a flash at the time. Jaw this time happy to throw down, but of course, Cloud9 syncopate a little bit. They are.
So Cloud9 have made an adjustment here, right? Of not using their utility at the beginning, but using their util to re-clear this area. So they dodge the stun and the salvo at the start of the round, and then they just use this smoke and they save their aftershock and their stun and salvos themselves to try to push the rest of G2 out of these positions. And in the previous round, we saw Valen throw a paranoia to make sure that there was a second wave of defensive utility to hit them. And in this round, they don't actually have the players here. Like, there's nobody taking contact. Jorg isn't taking contact. He has to teleport out. And Valen's on the other side of the map. So this is one of the first rounds, actually, where we've seen Cloud9 successfully win rubble control. And yet G2 have not died. Which is normally a pretty common state in Lotus. But this is the first time we've seen it.
Gonna walk up through this smoke still and clear that area with the aftershock.
Yeah, Salvo forces Jawjamo to retreat. take
So
that
this is
teleport
one of the
back
first times we
A,
get to
double
see
up with
G2
Trent.
genuinely
There's a
defend the A
strong
site.
duo to anchor this site. Armageddon comes through to try to force them off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trent got
I didn't think he knew where to
flashed
go.
up as
Flash
fuck
down,
there.
it's unclear either way. Jonah hit with that grab net. That's the second time net has pulled
So
off
let's
that
try
block.
to deduce what they were going to
Jawjamo
try to do to defend
retreat,
this.
Take that teleport back to A, double up with Trent. That is a strong duo to anchor
So
the
what is Jonah's timing at here? Jonah's still quite a way away from the fault line because he used it at 140, which means he's still 16 seconds off, 17 seconds off fault line coming back online. So he's looking to throw out, if anything, like an aftershock or whatever to try to help. Ideally, Jonah's there just to stop it becoming an A to B pivot.
this site. Armageddon comes through to try to force them off. Out
Poor Trent, trying to find his way up the rope, not realizing where the Tejo ult was as well.
Okay. I don't think he knew where to go. Flashed out, it's unclear.
I just got boomed. I think they wanted to leave the site.
Either way.
as we get to
All right, what else we got here?
row. Something we've seen a lot for C9 so far is Zeppa top of the board. Let's see if they can play even better on defense. They looked good against NRG the other
So this is
day.
the Viper wall that allows you
Trap
to jump
plays
up
with
on
this
route,
deadlock and then using the
and then you
damage
can
from
drop
Teo.
wall and double, triple face people if
Both
they're
teams
trying to
are
hold
gonna make
rubble against you.
extensive use of Valorant's newest initiator. It's going to be Vic called upon here.
Pretty low util way of
to
being able to
contact
gain
play
mount
from the C
control.
side and- Okay,
That's
Joel.
it. I mean, Jorg doing a protocol there
Joel
as if he's playing
confirmed
against a
that he's at
Vice.
only the side. Paranoia is going to force Vic out entirely though, so for
And then they
relatively
pop in.
little cost, G2 is set up on C.
Very
For a
low
full
cost.
retake
Very low
situation.
cost.
Fair bit of utility for Cloud9 to
And it's a
work
pretty
with.
nice
Stealth
Viper
mode
orb
for
as well.
Supper. Vic has that paranoia to try and get back in, and Mitch's fault line just cycled
You're doing quite a lot
out of
of
situation.
decay and
Super option
chip
on a
damage
pistol
to people
now,
that are
but
trying to scale waterfall on the retake
you can
here.
see if C9 have a protocol for this, if they've got that set retake ready.
Yeah, grab net there as well for net. Okay, there's a fault line comes from.
This protocol, two players on the flank, Leaf and Trent going and clearing out on the timing that somebody on the flank retake would be taking. So they double up, they go back, they clear spawn, and now Trent can focus forwards and be fairly confident that Leaf is going to be fine.
From both ways. In fact, 3 players from C9 stunned up, but G2 aren't in a position to capitalize, and here's the fight. Jorgamo with the right click on the side. Valen doesn't want to fully commit. He knows he's a little out at sea. The rest of his team are sat on Mount, and Valen is going to be the sacrificial lamb to try and hold them up. He gets his, and now from long distance, and all this terrifying util, Cloud9 have got to fight through a literal avalanche of
Yeah. Is there any way that that could have gone super badly for G2 with playing this many players off site? I think it's possible. I mean, Jorg did a really good job of being able to get one while he was paranoid up on site. I do wonder why they're playing Jonah and Leaf both off site in this position.
from C9 stun.
Fortunately, it is through all of those
Arctic Boy, thank you for the 2
with
months.
all
Do I
5
think
players
Fnatic is
alive
going to make
spamming at you while you're
Masters?
trying.
Back into the game.
No, I don't think so. I think they could well lose to Foot. I think that's very possible. And I think they look worse than Vitality and Heretics as well.
That is going to hurt. Jorgamo
Is it possible for them to make it to Bangkok?
The
Yes.
defenders want to
But I
gamble
think
for a
they are
full
not the
aim fight,
favourites.
Rushing down rubble and Trent simply containing back towards spawn will fall.
So this half, we see them go for a very different idea. Well, they do have the plant money, so they have more money in general, right? So they don't have to go for 2 Stingers and a Spectre. But they go for 1 player saving Leaf, who's going to be their lurker, who's designed to get them space. But this economy management, I love. I think this is the best way of managing your economy on the attack side. They have an Outlaw, 3 Bulldogs, or 3 as much as anything that you can buy. If you can buy a Vandal, buy a Vandal. But they're also prioritizing full armor instead of a Vandal, though I don't think Valen actually could get one. Right, because he spent 600 credits, 250, so he had 2650 to work with. So, you know, he'd have to like drop the paranoia or something, which is not a good idea. But yeah, this is a different approach to the
Back the
eco,
rest of the team
but I think
intend on
a
going
very
to
good
a
one.
Very vacancy site.
Yeah, cat's out of the bag now for Cloud9.
I will
They're
not
just
be
gonna try and
co-streaming
chase
Pacific
them
tonight, no.
down.
No.
Obviously a pretty long range. Leaf is the ghost player here, so definitely considered a little more expendable, despite the fact that he's been...
Crashies is
Cloud9.
not letting you
15
guys
and 7
down.
in squad one.
Crashies was a
All
fantastic
in the
sub.
C-side now. C9
Like,
looking for a
you
retake
can't
here, maybe from
you
me.
can't imagine in your head,
And at that,
oh, imagine if we had
They
Leo.
try to
Like
flip the
Leo's
site just a
Leo's
little
ill.
bit.
He's out.
can play from
You
back
guys can't
halls.
have Leo.
They know that all of
So it's
Cloud9
like,
were running
do you
through
want
A, so
Crashies or do you
they've
want,
taken some really
I don't
excellent
know,
forward positioning.
some other
Valen can give this info. No one is
available
running back
player?
towards Hall side, he says. Now, though, he might get some action. Oh, my goodness. Okay, 2 for 1.
Crashies is fitting really nicely into the system.
Presiding over
Is he
things.
being able to find
Hardly necessary,
very,
maybe extraneous, but still.
like, is he being able to balance
now
the aggression
has
with
very
the
little to do.
passivity as well as Leo? No, but
I personally recommend
he's doing a great job of playing his life and playing for the
Unless he
clutches.
gets a kill, it's a repeat of history from the first half. G2 take the pistol, and all 5
His
players
assists
survive
are
on
just
the
shit.
anti-eco.
I mean, he's just not finding his moments that, like, his util is exactly what the team is asking him to do. He's not doing any more than what his team is asking him, which, I mean, you're used to Leo, so I understand. Like, Leo fucking moves the mountains and the earth, but he's doing a very adequate job.
Here we go, Cloud9.
Assists are fake as fuck in this game. No one should ever be ranking players based on how many assists they get. It's a fraudulent stat. It's an absolutely fraudulent stat. Like, Smokes players get them for just fucking looking at somebody. KO players get them every time they ult and whenever they knife someone, even if it doesn't make a difference as to whether or not you win stuff. And, like, a Sova player might get a recon dart. Some player dodges the recon dart, so they get completely pushed off the angle. It's like the perfect recon. And then they die later taking a bad fight. The Sova doesn't get an assist for that, even though they were the exact person who pushed them into taking a bad fight. Like, the fucking assists are wonky, man. They're not real. They can't hurt you.
Chance with the economy on the line with a full buy.
Not set up to aggressively play into Rebel this time. Okay.
Just purely
Beggars cannot be
predictive that
choosers.
someone would
You guys should
jiggling or
be-
holding C with the dark
You
cover
guys should
there.
be, like,
I
content
guess the fully
with
armored
Crashies,
target-
in my
Actually, I think
opinion.
that was the half armor, half armor player. Either way, Vic. Those ones are tough to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Jerry
Wants
Doe.
to re-clear,
Crashies is a
but
pawn in the system.
Keenly aware, doesn't forgo.
The strat is Alpha and Kayak,
Watchful eye on
and
that
Chronicle
angle.
actually to some
Just
degree
want
as
to
well.
remind people this is a bonus for G2, one in which they have 3 Bulldogs.
Sorry,
And one in which
I've been
Might be the
distracted.
last
I need to
chance
watch
with
this
the
round.
economy on the line with a full buy.
Not set up to aggressively play into Rebel this time.
Okay, that's just fucked up. That's completely
okay.
fucked up.
Just purely predictive that someone would be jiggling or holding C with
It was
the
a
dark cover there.
headshot. Against a fully
Mental.
armored target. Actually, I think that was the half armor, half armor.
Cheating on LAN.
Either way, Vic.
Yeah.
Those ones are tough to swallow.
Oh, Net wants to re-clear,
Tragedy.
but Leaf, keenly aware, doesn't forgo the watchful eye on that angle.
They're making a little bit of
This is
noise
a
over
bonus
towards
for G2,
A.
one in which they
Net
have
wants to
3
re-clear,
Bulldogs.
gets caught completely.
And one in which they're about to win.
C9's composition isn't very good at just standing still, so the slower you play against them, the more you're going to bait people into going for those info peaks.
And there's no one home. And they know that for a
Do I
fact.
have
Net
any
gets not
mental
pushed out off of that.
diagnosis, like
They're about to get
ADHD
2
or
free
autism?
upgrades as
No,
well,
I
by the
don't.
way.
And they've had the C-side for free 2 rounds in a row. This time now with a very undermanned C9 who, well, I think they're thinking about holding on to these weapons as long as they can.
They might just have to go for the save here.
Little 3-gunner.
Keep enough weapons that they're not just strictly playing for OT if they send it.
I don't
right
think
now.
I have ADHD or
Make it
autism.
hunt.
I'd be extremely surprised.
Leaf trying to
That's a bold question.
do
I don't think. I
something with
mean,
the outlaw here.
I don't
Obviously
think it
on the
is.
angle and
I'm pretty open about
little bit
lots
too
of
quick.
different stuff.
Doesn't cost him too much at the
I
end.
listen. If you want to
Cloud9
ask, I
really
think that's okay to ask.
3 guns.
If I cared, I
Where
would
we
just
go. And all
ignore
they've
it,
really
right?
learned about what G2 are doing is, well, they're not fighting aggressively on Rubble yet. That's at least the conditioning that's been set. Cloud9 spending
I don't-
resources on that
I
ace on the
don't-
map early in the
listen,
round, but just not
some
been able to come
people
up with anything just yet.
Can't
And so
read
sorry,
social
2
cues
players
and they
walking
ask
into
weird
that
questions.
outlaw
That's
line.
okay.
That is a tough one. Also, 2 rifles taken away. G2 clean. Armor to
The irony of asking me if I have some problem.
off.
No, my family have had some, like a little bits and bobs of mental health things, but nothing like, no, as far as I'm aware, no, like, ADHD, autism stuff in the family. Don't believe so.
Dark cover goes down. Pressure from the Tejo. G2, they try to rush this through the smoke.
Foxy! Okay, Vic's having a recover. I'm going to speak off.
Dark cover goes down. Pressure from the Tejo. G2, they try to rush this through the smoke.
Foxy! Okay, Vic's able to recover something.
Let me have a look at this round again. That's such a devious place to put a salvo. It's such a nice spot for a salvo. Because it's the only place that you can play where you're hidden from breach blinds.
Down, pressure.
It just full blinds the shit out of Oxy and Vic with this combo.
From the Tejo, G2, they try
It's
to rush this
like
through.
that is, nobody is using breach Tejo like that. It's not even the breach, is it? It's the Yoru anyway. But the point being
Down, pressure from the Tejo.
the flash with the salvo. That's devious.
G2, they try to rush this through this.
You just push them into the open and then they can't be playing anti and then you crack them. That's a nice one. I'm gonna write that one down.
Okay, Vic's able to recover something, but that util has been
And then the stun to
very,
follow
very
up
good
as
from
well.
Jonah P. Fault line.
Yeah, it
Sends an easy kill
does
out for
make
Vic.
it very tough to try to fight Mound.
Okay, Mitch not too bad, finding two here. It's Zephyr and the Armorless Net remaining in this 2 versus 2.
And that who's trying to push for a bit of information. It looks like G2 are going to end up walking into Zeppa over on that C site.
It's unclear really if Zephyr's going to give them too much here. Can sort of go and scout this with the drone. Honestly, this is a ratty spot, Zephyr. That is extremely rodent-esque. He's getting out of it. Swinging on it. Oh, Jorg. Okay.
That timing.
Had his back turned. Yep, sometimes it's just meant to be. With Zephyr again, has to be. Condition C9 enough against this.
Minor signs of life for C9 in the second half. Oxy going in fast, wants to play top. Rubble. Jogmo getting that information with the dimensional drift, actually pivoting into B where the rest of the team will meet him.
Yeah, already flash pressure going to be there. Net going to force Net back. And immediately the judge.
How does he get
Oxy
two
with
in
his
that
spray
spot?
down through was able to catch out.
How on earth does he get two in this spot? The stun has already been used earlier. Jonah P uses the stun on the entry, and Jorg doesn't want to follow up on
Into
it.
B where the rest
And
of
then
the team will
Jorg goes
meet him.
back into blue room. No stun available.
Going to be there. Net going to
And goes in with the aftershock instead of the stun.
force.
Pops clone. They don't even react to the clone. Like Zephyr straight up doesn't even react to it. It just crosses his screen and he doesn't look at it.
Net back.
And then, I don't know, Mitch is looking at him with a flash in his hand.
And immediately
They're just
the judge
panicking
goes to
about the
work. Oxy with
aftershock.
Spray down through was able to catch out the offender. Now it's going to fall apart for G2. It's just Leaf. Spike a long way away. He's playing from upper, still doable with those
And
big
Leaf
shots.
is a demon.
Leaf versus Vic. Old versus new. The mastermind versus the student.
It's a great shot though from Vic.
Your favorite.
One who have mentioned on Challengers play.
Are there any similarities or comparisons you can think of between old Overwatch players and current VCT players? Like Jinmu is a bit
Players
like
that have
Jorgamo?
been-
Nah, Jinmu was more like nobody. Jinmu was a fucking maniac. He sent it every single life. He was a nutcase.
really good, but aren't putting up the star performances always that are driving attention from the community.
From Moist X Shopify to Cloud9, Vic has burst onto the scene this year.
We have this deep dark cover place that's currently being worked around by Leaf. Now tucked into the corner as the rest of his team press up towards A, playing off the wall.
Now, why is Leaf
in
crossing
deep.
onto this side of...
Rare to see a Viper on this map nowadays, which is
Wow.
funny because it used to be a must pick.
Net. The lame laps.
That is such a
Ruben
goofy
with confidence
movement.
pushes out a B, runs into a drone. Clowns on him a little bit. Jorgamo hoping that flash is going to keep the stairs players at bay for a little bit. Clone is going to
Jorg looks so comfortable on
Yoru.
Yoru.
So much of this util, he's got the site locked down, but all of Cloud9 able to pull up to upper.
He looks very
And you
smooth
can
on
just
the
see
agent.
by his pathing, the disregard for his own life that Jogmo has, man. He is fearless.
Disregard for his own, but also his opponents. It's an
That's
easy
probably
pickup
going to make
for
a
him.
huge
No
difference in their
suppressive
win rate.
mechanism ends up being his secret power.
Because I feel like when I watch
That was an
Zekken, I don't think
annihilation
he's...
sent topside by G2. Trent lets it go.
It's probably the only duelist where I watch Zekken and I think he
Now
doesn't
it's up
look
to Nets. Try to unravel
super
the choke
comfy
hold
on it
his whole
yet.
team has put him in.
He does have the annihilation if he can maybe find another kill,
Can't
but
afford it.
now he
I am
can
thinking
just-
of Zekken, right? Zekken played a bit of Yoru in his most recent game. Am I going nuts? Yeah, he did.
200.
But I guess it's only a sample size of one map.
He's going to fall back. Too little time, especially considering the Taeho still living for G2 could play a mega passive angle.
If Yoru
Just
ends
send
up being
up
meta,
Salvos to
there's a
get
few
an
people
easy
in
round
EMEA
win.
that have been playing a shit ton of
This
them.
smarts.
But
White just really hurt
some of them are out of
Cloud9
the
after,
tournament already.
you know, a very competitive, but ultimately successful series.
They want to fight them in the choke.
They're like kids in a candy store trying to get through onto this A side of the map. They want to brawl for it. There's a TP away. Jorg up on.
I mean, look how good this Viper Wall is for being able to avoid the Taeho utility. Look at Jogamo's pathing here. He just jumps up on route, jumps through the Taeho salvo completely, and he's up here behind his own team's Viper Wall in a spot that you could try to spam, but you can't exactly easy full clear it. Now, how did Valen end up dying though?
They're up
To
against the
stop
barrier.
them here, they
See,
want to
he
fight
obviously
them in the
teleported,
choke.
but
They're like kids in a candy store trying to get through
How'd
onto
he
this A
die?
side of the map. They want to brawl for it. There's a TP away. Jorg up on Ruff.
he just swung as the door was opening. Okay, Vic just killed him.
And Oxy's already in there. Valen got taken down. That was the peak on the left side of Rubble. Jorg now has to think twice about going for this Ox.
That's a... Yeah, I mean, Jorg's just not expecting them to have pushed with the drone.
Oxy is deep. The cat amongst the pigeons. Don't mind if I do, he says.
What teams do you think are the favourites to win Bangkok? If I had to put money on it right now, I would be putting money on G2 or
Alive just now when he
Vitality.
needs to.
They want to pivot towards C. Net is just jiggling, ready to throw
Probably
the grab net in case.
right now, I would have
What about the dead nets?
speed.
G2,
Oh my God, the reaction on
Vitality,
that is sick.
Heretics,
There's Jonah P.
EDG,
Vicky Slow, by the way. Just a strong
oh
wind
my
to blow
fucking
over, and
God.
Jonah P is a
then
hurricane.
like after
Even
EDG,
up though in the post plant leak, stepping forward on the side, getting ahead of the util. Oh, it's just too easy.
The
after
grab.
that I'd probably have Trace, then Sentinels, then DRX, then fucking, I don't know. Pacific can bring another team if they want. I haven't been convinced by the Pacific teams yet. What if Lev beats G2 though? Then it will force us all to reassess our expectations and where we rank them. And that is part of the reality of sports and competition.
Net in case they're walking in, but leave
What about the dead nets?
speed. Oh my God, the reaction on that is sick.
There's Jonah P. Vic is low, by the way. Just a strong wind to blow him over, and Jonah P is a hurricane.
Now, how is Jonah just killing both players over there at Rubble?
Even up though in the post plant leak, stepping forward on the side, getting ahead of the util.
And then that stun is absurd from Jonah across the map to force the trade uncomfortably. And Leaf kills Zeppa. It's just absurd. It's ridiculous. Okay. Did I learn much from that game? Not much that I didn't already know from watching it the first time around. But it did make me think a little bit more about like how Leviathan would fight against this. And the reality is I don't quite know. I think it would be extremely difficult for Leviathan to fight against this. In fact, this might be a really decent map pick for G2, even though it was Cloud9 who picked it in this series. I could see G2 wanting to pick into this, because even though Lev have footage, some of this stuff is difficult to anti. Some of it's a bit easier to anti. But I just don't think Lev are winning Rubble fights consistently against G2. Doesn't matter what comp you bring to the table. I just don't know that Demon 1 is going to thrive in those kind of spots. All right, let's have a look at map 2.
Wanted to hit a side hard.
The 2-2. They've always favored.
To the pistol we go. Cloud9 on the attack side. A 0 point reveals 0.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a sick map as well, actually. This was gorgeous, what we were seeing from, like, Leaf doing his bunny hop around on A, setting up in this mid area here. Very, very cute idea. Very nice.
Information.
I'm not sure why we didn't see them use flash reconning into mid though. Like, that recon dart is so bad. I don't know why teams do this recon. The one that Xeppaa just used. It's so shit. Like, you've smoked off the top of mid. You want to make sure the area in front of the smoke is clear. Like, what the fuck is that recon doing at the back of the U-bend? It's accomplishing nothing.
Of the map.
Headhunter.
What a first shot.
I've tried to do that bunny hop since seeing it. It's so hard. Yeah. That's what the others were saying. Is that Vansili said he was trying it and he was getting it like 1 out of 10 times.
Map.
Headhunter.
What a first shot.
What a way to pick up where you left off as well. It's Oxy of all plays going down to that moment.
It's a good 2K from Mitch.
Well. Towards the end of Lotus, Mitch able to recover things in a pinch.
Out of nowhere, duel against Jonah P could determine the round, and it's one for the defenders. 3 versus 2. They can play to the man advantage in this retake.
Hello, Lou. How you doing?
Yeah, plenty of players set up towards tower here by G2, but the smokes are in their way right now. Speculative shots to try and soften up C9.
I'm really excited to hear your voice at 3:30 AM. I'm not doing the Sentinels game, actually, Benchy Fishy's arm here. I'm doing the G2 Lev game.
And the prof has himself his hat trick now.
I remember that Lev were kind of the thorn in G2's side last year, though.
It's too much to cover. Jonah P walks out.
Were they? Were they the thorn in G2's side last year? I mean, not really. I suppose Champions is a pretty interesting spin on that. But what, they were even over the course of the year in the regular season. Stage 2 grand finals they won. To be honest, I don't actually even remember this game from Champs. I remember Aspas was beating people up in these matches though. Dude, holy fuck, Compot on a masterclass. Jesus Christ. 14-16 win on Icebox and then a 13-5 beatdown on Abyss. God damn. I can't really remember this game. Com dropped 300 ACS. What the fuck? I don't really remember this. Who was casting? If it was me casting.
2 of those 3 losses on this map.
No, okay, it wasn't.
Against G2.
It wasn't. Oh god. Where the fuck are you? I'm in Los Angeles, William Law. In North America. Oh, is this the Abyss game where they jumped off the map? Is it really? Wow. Historic. Absolutely historic. Upper quarterfinals. That is amusing. Yeah, I can't really remember this game though, and I suppose it's only Abyss that would be played again, and it's such a different team. I guess they still have 3 of the same players, but it doesn't really feel like it when it comes to Lev. It feels very different. Very different. Maybe I should go back and have a look at some of these games though as well.
Of the round with 4.
A good setup in mid from G2. Fair play to Mitch, trying to recover things. The IGL.
Someone wake Lothar up, please!
Who's returned to C9.
Hot take. Sorry, Kana. Sorry, Kana. Hot take. Hyunmin will be the best duelist in Pacific this year.
A nice little fun fact about Leaf.
I tell you what, guy's the meat grinder.
Hyunmin is going to be the best duelist in Pacific this year. So better than Texture, better than Something or Jing, whoever ends up playing more duelist, I suppose. Better than Buzz. I don't think that's likely. But at the same time, he did play a very good opening game. His opening match against Nongshim was super strong. He would have to have an amazing rookie season. He would have to have an amazing rookie season. Sliggy was roasting Platchat during Fnatic Gentlemates. This is what I don't understand. How was he roasting Platchat whilst being the most wrong he's ever been? I don't get it.
They step one up, he knocks him on down. He had a great
Because, like,
map one.
if he was roasting us during Team Liquid, I could understand that. Because he was saying that Team Liquid weren't that bad, and I was in particular, dogging on Team Liquid. And then they ended up winning. So I could understand it if he was roasting us for being too harsh on Team Liquid. But dogging on us during the Fnatic General Mates game after he picked the wrong team? What the hell?
One of this series.
What the hell?
Now, was that original star duelist player for C9? That's where he racked up a hell of a lot of the kills on that stat.
Yeah, Chamber is a weird pick for G2, but
Was the duelist initially
they got
for
some
G2 as
good
well
ideas
last
of where they
year,
want
but
to
it's
play
when he swapped to
Leaf,
Sentinel,
and they
made
had
the
some
role
really
changes that they
like
really
unique,
began to
creative
come into
positions
their
for
own.
him.
And they want to go from just a great team to the best. They have the tools to
Bren
do it
did
this year.
oil
Your
up
expectation
in the
should
streets of
be
Korea,
that they
but
can
he
be
didn't
contending for world
wrestle.
titles.
Christie is selling for them on the desk. He says they're winning champions.
Kiko is playing
Heard of you
super
first.
well.
A
Yeah,
lot of confidence.
Kiko's
Marshall
playing
acquired-
fantastically.
Finding any purchase there straight down mid, but it's enough
Will
to this way.
Elizabeth be back as
Cloud9,
well?
they're everyone's
I'm
APM.
not sure if Liz is on broadcast this week, but I think so.
For Cloud9, they're just trying to get their nerve
May
back,
had
get
the best
comfortable
rookie year,
again.
and he wasn't even the best duelist. Well,
Get some confidence going
hold your horses.
individually.
May did not have
They've
the
had
best
a
rookie
couple
year. Karen had
small
the best
moments
rookie
here
year.
and there, but they need someone
But
to step
if
up,
you mean
take
out
the
of all of the
reins.
duelists,
Look at this push pull.
I see your
G2
point
now
though.
being
Hyunmin would have to
tempted over
not
the
just
A
be
side
the
of the
best,
map for
like
Cloud9.
best rookie year. He would have to
Have
also
pulled
be
out
utterly
both their eyes.
extraordinary.
Can they get to be though within this window? Looks
Yeah,
like getting
Kiko
it
was
pretty
very good
fast
last year
now.
as well, but
Leaf,
he
though,
changed his
big catch,
role,
that's on the mid
guys.
player. Mitch, the
He used to be a
pivot,
duelist
full
player,
is down.
and now he's gone to play smokes, and it's worked
Leaf's in
really
position
well.
to deal with anyone playing close to double swing. Though it's just too much. Oh my goodness, Leaf blows them away.
With an assist from Jorg.
Just a little too okay, Jorg.
in this series after losing the pistol, but that is virtually nothing.
Clean conversion on the anti-eco. Into the bonus here, it's quite the assortment of weaponry. Why
I thought you just meant last year.
Marshall.
You mean in
Full-
total? Like in total, all time, who's had the best rookie year in Valorant? It kind of has to be Demon One, doesn't it? Because he came in halfway through the year, immediately looked incredible, lit the world on fire, qualified his team to a tournament that they had no right to qualify to, then they get second place at that tournament, and then they get first place at the next tournament, and it's champions. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. Simon would be crazier? I don't think so. I don't think Simon's crazier than Demon One. Because Demon One was so clearly like the reason that they ended up getting so much better as well. Karen went to 2 finals, won 1 international, won 2 Pacific. I don't know. For some reason, I feel like Demon One's, because it was... This is why my brain doesn't really work with this, right? Because what I'm thinking is, because Demon One launched in halfway through a year, and he still made... I'm not losing my mind, right? EG were in the finals of Tokyo, and then they were in the finals of Champs and won. But they made both finals. And he only joined the team like in the run-up to Tokyo. Because they weren't even sure he was going to get his visa in time to go to Tokyo. And he was the MVP of the event. I don't know. Is it more impressive that Karen did it because Karen did it at, like... Because the thing is, Gen.G never did anything at Champs. Demon One didn't do anything in lock-in, but he couldn't. He you know, he wasn't there. So almost by virtue of missing a tournament, like his record looks even stronger.
Log Stingers. Okay.
I think it's Demon One and then Karen.
Position, a couple G2 players stacked up for B, and
But I'm not going to be mad if you disagree.
Blood is found by Vic, and with the Cosmic Divide, it's easy access to the B site.
Yeah, we are talking year Shiv, yeah. So maybe Karen wins just because he played more, but I don't know.
Again, just a bonus here for G2.
To me, I think it's Demon One.
Give them 2-3 a win. Oxy waiting, salivating for a chance to throw down, but Trent is going to find his 2.
Okay, whoa.
Yep,
Let me have a look at this again.
Rotate from Jonah, but the first blood is found by Vic, and with the Cosmic Divide, it's easy access to the B site.
So Yoru flashed through for Jonah P to peak.
Yep, Net Abada developed that one pretty early. So here it is, Jorg and Jonah P set up on the other side of that wall. Again, just a bonus here for G2. But they're definitely hoping to
Clone.
keep it lit on this C9 economy, give them 2-3 a win. Oxy, wait.
I really felt like they were going to go for something a little earlier there with the clone.
Salivating for a chance to throw down, but Trent is going to find his 2.
Opportunity to do some real damage. G2, if they can find one more, that would be enough to have a pretty solid round here. They can't.
Did Zeppa's mouse completely disconnect?
Cloud.
Looked like it did.
Guy's a little bit of a movement god. No, he's fine, Easy,
Oh, easy.
Sticks the landing, and now he will lie in wait. Obviously, the rendezvous means he can get out of here at a pinch. Just one free pick, and then peace out! No, it's going to be Oxy to clean him up. Sometimes the best laid plans go to waste.
Reaction time was so swift
That
from Oxy as C9 fall back out of A main. They want to regroup with Net, who's been
does the bunny hop failure there from Leaf make a footstep noise and let Oxy know that he's there?
No.
Must have, right?
No, he's fine. Easy.
Oh, easy.
Maybe
Sticks the
not.
landing, and now he will lie in wait. Obviously, the rendezvous means he can get out of here at a pinch. Just one.
I mean, Oxy is hard clear in this position, right? But is that because he made a footstep? Or is he just doing that because of the smoke and the awareness? Yeah, I mean, what you're supposed to do is, that's a bunny hop, that's a bunny hop as well, and you land on top of here. But he missed it, so now he has to sit on the low ground. And one of the good things about it as well is it's silent. So you like boom, 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 and you get up there without making a footstep noise. But I don't think he like gave away a footstep and got himself killed. But I might be wrong.
Sticks the landing, and now he will lie in wait. Obviously, the rendezvous means he can get out of here at a pinch. So just one free pick and then peace out. No, it's going to be Oxy to clean him up. Sometimes the best laid plans go to waste.
Reaction time was so swift from Oxy as C9 fall back out of A main.
You have to step for the first jump. Oh, is it not bunny hop, bunny hop?
They've been able to get access.
It's like step.
relatively
It's a
easily.
hop, skip, and a jump.
That's down on the bedrock level.
Take flight.
Gonna be clearing this nebula here with the Owl drone. Already the Astra Stars set up. Pretty straightforward assortment of them. Now we can get past that gravity well pretty easily. Okay, Net gets the jump on Jorg here. So any threat of that wraparound through mid has been neutralized.
Now do G2 actually want to go for this in the 3 versus 5? Or are they going to save? Here comes the fault line from Jonah P.
Null command from Mitch just popped here, so I think that's it. You're calling a cancel on that.
Yeah, at least they extracted a little bit of value from the pressure that they put on there.
Did they really just save the rest of this
really
round?
good
They did.
Divided.
it onto B? At least that's what it looks like right now in G2. It looks like they want to actually fight forward. Dodger will take a duel and then teleport away to safety.
Drew out some util in fairness. Fault line here going to disrupt things a little now for Cloud9, buying time for these players to get set up and onto the B side.
G2 have rotated 3 players into the site, ready to anchor.
They're so certain about this, despite not having a ton of mid control.
There had just been a drone re-clear actually.
I do think the
into
Cloud9 are
mid,
really missing a
and
trick
it's
not
just
controlling mid.
passively watching the flank,
Mitch
something
just
so
kind of
going
brought
to
it
have to
up a
be
little
very
bit there,
attentive
but
given their lack of sentiment
when we watch
in
Na'Vi
this
play with this
composition.
exact same composition, they
Nebula being thrown
dominated
up towards heavily
mid
by
control
Cloud9,
on the
so it's a go
attack
signal for sure.
with flash
Off to the
recon
Cloudburst to
setups
try the
into
90 high
middle.
ground play. He's going to plunge now. Straight out of that Cloudburst.
And Cloud9 are barely playing mid at all.
There's that tour de force though, claims its first victim of the round. It's Net out of the picture.
I think maybe they got concerned about.
George sat there waiting for Oxy to show. He knows Zephyr's high.
Oh god.
But can't
I
make
think
the
maybe they got
adjustment.
concerned about
Now
Leaf's
it's Leaf.
tuck
Headhunter,
position,
tour de
but
force ready.
you clear
And
that.
Mitch, who's been pretty darn good, but not good enough.
So
Leaf's ridiculous.
Harper, nice today.
Leaf is fucking
It's
ridiculous.
just not enough. Cloud9 though with the plant, their economy still good enough for a buy, good enough in fact that they want to get an operator into the hands of Oxy.
Ooh. A little bit of free damage on Zephyr, nothing you'd write home about. Cloud9 settled into a bit of a default early in the round. What's Jorg up to on that B side? Maybe starting to inch up a little closer as Leaf has the line with this op.
Taking positional liberties with the gate crash. Still back B, ready to teleport away to safety if necessary.
Am I going to
It's
be
a
talking
Cloud9
about
who really just want to
C9G2 in the
slow
Americas
down
stream
the
tomorrow?
game, allow Oxy some time to work mid.
Probably.
He's been holding up
I mean, if we're talking about how G2, if
if
the map pool is on Lotus or Abyss, then I'll be referencing this game. If we talk about how G2 looked, then I'll be referencing this game a little bit. I mean, I'm going to be talking about G2 during the G2 Lev match, so yeah,
Cloud9 just trying to obscure their
I'll
movements and
be
stretch
referencing
the
it maybe even
resources
vaguely.
of G2 thin.
Now they've actually thrown the rifle over to Oxy. Vic has picked up that operator. They want to go for the A split here. They're going to have to deal with Leaf with this op. He wants to get his and teleport away, but just forced off by the flash.
They should play Fracture so we could see it.
Oxy's very early getting into
I'd
tower,
love
though I
that.
don't know how
I think
aware
that'd be
Jonah
great.
could
Seeing
be of
Com
this.
play Sova on
Oxy
Fracture.
can get down their throats pretty fast, but
Seeing
instead
G2 cook up some Breach Tejo stuff on that map,
and
that'd be
doesn't
sick.
show himself either. Jorg checks it as he comes through with that dimensional drift, but he doesn't see Oxy yet. Rolling Thunder, Mitch trying to get away from that one. He's knocked right off into the distance, so there's Jorg. Mitch is dealt with.
Lovely
Sari
Yoru
and
Breach
Aim
kind of
main now, but again, the
combos
post-plant
on
setup
both
be
of the
pretty
maps.
impressive for the attackers, unless they're all dead. It's just Net to play from here, and Vic's been a non-factor in this round, Wyatt.
Unfortunately, that op has just been next to useless. What a shot from Net, but the trade just as swift from Jajumo.
What do you do from here? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Save the gun and live to fight another day. Still enough to buy with for Cloud9.
If Gen G make it to playoffs out of their groups in champs, they were definitely top 2. Because their trend has always seen where they started it slow in a lot of their matches and tourneys. I think just based on what Gen G had done in the rest of the season, I agree with your general point that they would have been good had they made it out of their group. But I wouldn't go so far as to say top 2. Because EDG was looking fabulous. Leviathan was looking incredible at the beginning of that tournament. And Heretics was also playing amazing. So, and I mean, Sen were in the same group as Gen G, so that, you know, who was going to get out of that group? If G2 did, does that mean Sen didn't? You know, we're in a world of hypotheticals at that point. Milk and Cookie, thank you for the 27 months. And Snail Gang, thanks for the gifted sub. Why does Wyatt say Georgamo instead of Jorgamo? We asked Jorgamo one time what he wanted his name, or how he wanted his name to be pronounced. And he said, you can call me Jorgamo, Georgamo, Jorgimo, anything you like. And we're like, oh, well, you've... That's annoying. Potter calls him Georgimo, I think.
My way.
That Rolling Thunder sealed the deal.
G2 now. The Hunter's Fury to work with. So still some Initiator ultimates to leverage. And of course, no surprise to see the Bladestorm pop. Oxy getting on into tower, but Jonas slaps him down. Yeah, he's definitely beaten, battered, bruised after that engagement, but it's an encounter that goes positively for G2. And that spike is not...
In a situation like this, right, where Jonah P just took 100 damage from knives, what would his health usually be? He'd have 50 HP if he had full armor. And now he has 50 HP, but half of it is armor. There's no difference. Unless he walks through a Vice Thorns or something like that. It doesn't actually matter. I'm trying to think why you would want to use regen armor in any of these spots when you could just afford full armor. And you don't care about the economy. I mean, at this point, it's still like halfway through the first half, so you're still thinking about eco stuff, but I've seen some people buying regen armor instead of full armor in OT. And I don't understand why. The only thing I can think of that it's better against is Thorns. Because the chip damage all goes into your armor, not your health. Yeah, I saw some people buying it in OT. I couldn't understand why. Is there a piece of util in this game that goes through your armor shields? Yeah, so the normal way that shields work is that they take two-thirds of the damage gets absorbed by your armor, and a third of it gets absorbed by your health. Whereas with regen shields, 100% of it gets absorbed by your armor. So it does actually function differently to the other shields. But only for chip damage. Like, it has to do less than 25 health. Does util damage armor first? All damage works the same. So all damage hits armor and health for light and full, and all damage only hits shield and then cuts into your health for regen shields.
Yes.
Ooh. Lovely kill from Xeppaa as C9 tried to scale into this site, get even further with the drone. The Hunter's Fury ringing out from Trent.
Jonah low. Trent needs to be a little careful. And there's Valen catching. How? Okay. Still, Mitch has got a good spot here in tower to work with. Trent trying to dig him out with a shock will force him at least down to the site. That's the operator of Vic. Once again, he has it in his hands.
Yeah, the use cases would get really
outside the
nerdy,
site
but I think
itself,
they're
but
just
Mitch,
too
again, he's in
niche to
there. He's
even matter.
anchoring. And he has to be dug out here by G2. Faultline puts pressure on him, but he knows his angle's being held, or is it? That's the pick off on Vic that many couldn't respond, and now Net has the util here in the post plant to try and disrupt. Oh, got pulled off of it, we're at half. Oh, he gets taken down as he tries to push in, and there will be enough time.
It's kind of wild as well that they wouldn't have had that unless they got the half. Like, they needed to get the body block there in order to get half, otherwise the round was lost. G2 are such fucking nerds, man. They are fucking nerds. I'm actually going to write that down. Nerds. Nerds versus... They're not jocks, though. Leviathan are not jocks. Leviathan are like the foreign exchange students.
For G2 to convert the rounds.
Well played on the retake from G2.
Give up
It's
on this
so
analogy.
frustrating
No,
situations
I'm
to watch
cooking.
one of the players
I'm
from
cooking.
C9
You don't
have to
understand.
just keep
You don't
watching
understand.
the flank with their crosshair. As G2 were spilling back into the site, Net was just looking behind the entire time. That is the drawback of the comp that they're running.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to do. A rueful look on his face. I mean, Vic, yeah, was holding that line. C9, they got the blue and the...
Good.
That segment that talking about Sentinels, I'm proud of us. Let's go. Round 8. G2 with a 3-round lead.
Back on the first map, after Imi took a timeout, it was the second one, but that is when C9 started to string some rounds together.
So we're seeing Leaf was playing in this position with his teleport in B-Link. Then Leaf was doing a lot of A main play with the like double, you know, bunny hop thing. And now I think this is the first round, maybe not, but it's the first round I've noticed. Leaf playing over towards A main with his teleport back here as well. So both Leaf and Jorg have TPs back onto anchoring the B site, and they're both playing on really pretty aggressive lines. Not the most aggro you could possibly be on, but pretty fucking aggro. And also Leaf is so open to heaven right now as well. He can't stay there for very long.
At it, get back in the game just a bit. Mitch has the null command coming into this Cosmic Divide.
Oh, they smoke it.
Well too.
Okay.
Enormous tools to get into the site, win out a post plant.
Inching down mid here, RG2. They're starting to take liberties.
Yeah, they want to take advantage of this lack of Sentinel.
And Vic.
Trent does such a
Pretty cerebral
great
player,
job
playing
at
pretty hard to
clearing out opposite sides of the map
He's trying to make
for the
sure
rest of
he
his
has
team.
timing on it.
He
Here's
does this on
coming out pretty
Pearl
much
as
straight
well.
away. Null command also popped by Mitch, so very hard and fast hit over to the B side.
But here comes the battle on.
Wait, hold on. How do I know he does that on Pearl? When the fuck have I seen G2 play Pearl? In the Red Bull home ground. Yes. Ah. Yeah, I forgot about that off-season tourney.
On the flank, this is crucial. Can Net find the kill? No, oh my god.
Question, what do you even look for in VOD reviews?
So nasty.
TikTok.
It depends. I mean, some of the things I'll look for are like, okay, so I might look for certain positions that Leaf likes to play in as Chamber, certain attacking or defensive defaults that they're running, so that I know what their like next step is. Ways that they retake, how often they retake, getting a vague sense for whether they like to hard anchor or play off site. Gaps, ways, ideas of ways that teams might anti-strat them. Like on Lotus, for example, the play that I was talking about where you default C mound against what I'm basically theory crafting an anti-strat here, right? Where you default C mound at the beginning of the round, and then you go back over to A, and you 2-person pressure rubble and 3-person walk into B, and exec B, basically, and try to catch Breach and Teho with util in their hands. Like those kind of ideas, just in case they come up during a game, and then I can talk about them.
That stands in their way. That first divide's about to come down. It's a second up though.
And also just seeing if I missed anything really important when I watched it live.
And once again, it's Mitch alone on the site.
It's easy to miss things when you're watching live.
Another round,
I mean, to be fair, I was actually paying attention during this game, but half of the games I'm talking about, like, mill tanks, jiggly udders or something, you know?
G2
win out their individual duels. One of it was with a headhunter.
Jorg and Leaf playing together, which seems weird.
Buy into this one while still retaining enough cash for the future. They want to go fast into A. Vic applying a lot of pressure.
I saw the recap of that video of Flint. I didn't watch the video.
Valen was able to get out there. He was definitely tempted to investigate the Omen TP by Vic. Kind of knew he was at risk. Trent confirms. Oxy sat on the corner, is going to force him to drop straight on down net. Didn't have a timing that he thought he did. Jorg is in his
Now,
head.
unfortunately,
Vic,
looking a
though,
bit lost in this game
only the
against
one
his
as
former
the shorty
team.
cuts his life short.
Zeppo's trying to fight with Oxy. Here comes the dimensional drift. Information from Jawgemo going to be so crucial for the rest of the
He didn't see
squad.
Mitch go into security though, Wyatt. He's in a flanking position, but it doesn't matter. Trent's ready still, somehow. It's another oppressive G2 round, another post-plant unraveled.
This team is looking utterly fantastic. They were a favorite coming into this year. Maybe some question marks here and there. I certainly had some after an offseason that was fairly tumultuous. It looked like there was certainly going to be an adjustment period needed with bringing in Jawgemo, despite
Meet in the middle, Jawgemo and this G2 team. They've become something else entirely.
they are looking sublime.
They're doing the same defense setup here. I don't really understand what this one is. Why have they got the op? Is Jorg literally just holding heaven for Leaf to hold the bottom? I don't understand why they're doing this on B. Why not just smoke it? Like, why have Jorg and Jonah playing here with the operator? I don't understand. They did this in the previous round as well, but it didn't matter because they just ended up flank retaking. Is the point actually to just get Jawgemo pushed up?
Vic, most of the time, doesn't know where to be looking.
That is
That
a
fault
team
line.
stun.
It was interesting.
Yeah, definitely one of the more quizzical ones. Yeah, gate crash going to be used before it expires by
One of the
Jawgemo.
few rounds where I don't really understand what G2 are
Cloud9
cooking.
hoping that they're going to be able to find an opening pick
Dunno.
by exploiting someone on G2 over pushing towards that B side of the map, but it's not going to come. They're playing relatively safe at the moment. Just stepping
Carmen
up
Corp going
together.
out that early really is a
How about
tragedy,
Valorant
Barry.
here?
Wow, do they
I'm
pop
talking
out
about
together
Carmen
off
Corp.
There's no way. Okay.
How many did he spot?
God, he sees it.
2?
Gate crashes out instantly.
So
Still
at
has
least
a lot
one.
of information that might cause C9 to call a cancel. Maybe just leave Oxy behind. He has to be the mole here, the one that undoes them from the inside.
Jawgemo, at least temporarily, off that TP.
Jonah P's got a great spot for holding his stun here.
The float roll in spawn can go to either site.
He can help A, he can stop Oxy, and he can also help
Buy
Leaf.
some time, but Oxy won't be denied for long. He's expecting some action here.
They re-clear mid.
And he's about right. That's a clone that's going around the corner. Trent opens things up. Oxy's healthy enough to not have to worry about shockies, but getting lit would be an issue. He has to cloud burst this. Backs away from the shocks. God, how do you win that? Jorg taken down, and here come Cloud9 onto the B side, hitting it hard. Leaf was the anchor player, and he will be
I
dealt
do
with.
like the way that
Still 3
G2
players
are
for G2
flushing out
to apply to this
lurkers
situation.
very heavily.
And Trent is one away from Hunter's Fury.
Oxy does a fantastic job getting his, but just causing so much disarray, delaying, letting the clock run down. G2, the time is expiring. Their hopes are expiring of actually getting a diffuse. There's still a molly in the hands of Mitch. And
Oxy
on top,
did
that's
tank a
going
lot
to
of
be thrown
util
out.
and a lot of
Definitely
time
not
as
fair.
well.
This round should be done.
But I still think it's a good protocol from G2.
You've got to get defusing pretty quickly though now, and Vic handles Valen. Now Trent could be a problem. No time.
They can.
What does he come up with? Still guns for everybody on the G2 side. So this will be the economy starting to get shaky.
Again, that early 0 point into A main doesn't catch anybody. And then Mitch will just walk forward.
It looked like
with
Jonah
net,
was going to try
claim
to
that
stun off
space.
info in A main and fake like they had players over there,
Watchful
but
still for any kind of G2 aggression down mid. Wow, just Hunters with net try to claim that space.
that's just a recon into A main.
C9 watchful still for any kind of G2 aggression down mid. Wow, just
Just fucking ripped
Hunter's
it.
Fury
He just
seemingly
ripped
out
it.
of nowhere, off of a recon perhaps.
They're going to push Leap with this Alder and come. Oh my!
That's a great shot.
How do you see that coming? It's inhuman.
You see the final pulse of the Sova ult from Trent went onto this stairs area, trying to push somebody into the op site line. Now, that's a cool idea.
The correction is ridiculous.
Vic has worked his way into vents.
If you have a
trying to
healer,
be
regen shield will be
presence,
better
draw
because
some
you can get
attention as
healed
the
and still have
split
light shield.
comes in. Zepa gets one tag, convicted with
Yeah,
anything
I mean, I've seen people buying regen shield a lot when they're playing Phoenix, and I get the theory there. I get that. Is it better than full armor in overtime? I mean, it probably is, isn't it? Because it's so rare that there's a difference between light armor and full armor, but there's an enormous difference between being on 100 health and being on 125 health. Because the whole thing, I wish I had Epic Pen. The whole thing with the theory around buying light armor was that full armor only mattered about 5%, maybe even less, % of the time. So if full armor only matters 5% of the time, but light armor matters a lot more % than that, then the difference between 100 and 125 is way bigger. So if you can get back up to 125 by healing, it actually is better to be running regen shields. Don't know why I haven't really thought about that before, but yeah, I think that's true. You have to worry about the Outlaw. Ain't no motherfucker at all ever buying the Outlaw in OT. Not a single goddamn human has ever bought an Outlaw in overtime.
Awkward.
Therefore,
Fighting
there
against
is
Jonah
no
P.
downside.
A bit of damage on him there, but Jonah's been really hard to shift. And again, he comes out on top.
Are we just
Now
talking
they
about
have to wait
OT?
for the
I mean, I guess we're not just talking about OT. We could be talking about any round where both teams have a lot of money. And again, I don't think anyone's buying... Because the thing is as well, if you know your opponent, you know they have like a Phoenix, right? You know that Phoenix is going to have light armor. But you don't know that the other 4 players you know are going to have full armor. Do you still buy an Outlaw? I don't think so. I think that's a bad move. Because 80% of the time, well, maybe not 80%, because the Phoenix is more likely to be taking contact. So maybe 50% of the time, if we're being very generous, you're going to be opping into a player that does not die to one shot. If everyone uses regen shield, yeah, but that's not, you can't extrapolate like that because we're not saying everyone would use regen shield. We're only saying healing agents would use regen shield. And at the moment, there aren't many healing agents in the meta. There's like 1 max in a comp. The study that showed a 5% difference between full and half shield should be done between full, half, and regen. It would be a lot harder to track for regen. It's a very easy study to look at when you're only looking at the difference between full and half armor. Regen, you have to account for different states throughout, because basically what you look at is how often do people survive after being hit for 140 or 126 plus, and basically they only survive like 5% of the time. But with regen shields, you then have to look at how often they take damage but then still survive afterwards because the shield regened, which is way tougher to track. What about against a Sky? Okay, so you're playing Bind against a team that has a Sky, and you know that the team that has the Sky knows that they can heal. Should they be buying regen armor? I would say no, because unlike a Phoenix, where you can use your own util, you can, like, no matter where you are on the map, if you can find a safe little hiding spot, you can heal back up. And it's actually really quick to use now with Phoenix, because you just throw a wall out and dip into the wall for 0.1 second and you start healing. Whereas you have to, like, run over to the Sky, get the heal, and then what, are you saying that all of the Sky teammates should have the heal, even though they're probably only going to get healed like once a half or something? That seems like a stretch to me. Reyna. Well, Reyna works differently now as well, doesn't it? Reyna now fucking applies... I never play Reyna, man. Reyna now applies like the over heal mechanic or something. So how does that work with regen armor? Like if you get tagged down, you heal up to 150, and then your regen armor comes up afterwards. Does it cut out of your overheal or something? I don't even know how that works. I haven't looked at that. How much damage does a full armor have to take before they go below 25 shield? 38 damage or so? Yeah, about 38 damage, yeah. Once you take 38 damage, regen shield would end up better on a healer. Yes, as long as you don't die before you could heal. So you can't say that it would always be better, but you have to find out how many times people take about 40 damage, like one Vandal body shot, and can escape to heal. And if that number's decently high, you should probably be buying, like if that number's higher than 5%, you should probably be buying regen shield on a Phoenix. And just intuitively, that seems like it should be the right decision, actually, to buy regen shield as Phoenix. So what are the other... What is Sage's self-heal right now? They buffed it, right? 50. So you're at 125. You get shot for 80 damage. 2 Vandal body shots. Very common situation. You go down to 70 health. You heal up to 100, and then you regen your shield. You're back up to 125. You're probably only doing that once a round, but honestly, I could see a pretty good argument for doing regen shields on Sage as well. Regen shields on... Who's running Sage currently? Actually, a surprisingly large amount of people. I mean, 100 Thieves are running Sage on Split. Team Liquid have been running Sage, although they actually didn't today and they won. So maybe there's a correlation there. You can also heal a teammate up. Yeah, but I don't think the argument extends to teammates because the Sage is always in close proximity to the Sage. The Sage can always heal the Sage. But if you're saying, should my Brimstone teammate buy light shields, I think the chances of you healing your Brimstone teammate more often in these rounds to make it worthwhile, it just doesn't seem likely. You would drop to 45, not 70? What are you talking about? If you're 125 health with regen shield and you get hit for 80 damage, it's going to take off your 25 armor, right? Dude, I can't do maths. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm actually a fucking idiot. Sorry. It's going to take off your 25 armor. It's then going to take off, yeah, you're going to drop down to 45. Then you're going to heal for 50 up to 95. So you'd only be at 120 as Sage. Sorry. Right. In my head, I did 150 minus 80. I was still thinking about full armor. So if you took 2 Vandal body shots, you'd heal up to 120, which then, I mean, that's not really that good because you just die to 3 Vandal body shots again. So maybe it's not worth using it on Sage. Phoenix seems like a bit of a no-brainer though. Thank you, Divine. Thank you. It's really kind of you.
Rolling down are going to be thrown at the side here by G2 and they are in. They capitalize instantly.
Did we already compute Clove? Wait, how does Clove work again? Clove pick me up can heal you for 90, can't it? Or something? Oh no, I'm thinking about Medal. Medal damages people for 90. It overheals to 100 with no heal. How does that mechanic work with regen shields? They would just be I mean, that doesn't do anything. The regen shield is not useful there, right? You take damage, you hit the pick me up, you get the regen shield, you're probably at 150, but I mean, you're not doing too much. I mean, it's not the same as what we were discussing, because what we were discussing was increasing your heal base, which is the opposite of what Clove does.
He's been able to find that first.
It's not 175 though. You can't be over 150.
The op has been such a nuisance. Dude, what?
8 rounds.
9 to end this half. Leaf again going. A tragic low buy for C9 to end this half.
It's such a nice looking movement.
The jump around this time, it does work. 3rd time's the charm.
A much closer angle to the wall there. They could not snip him out.
Dude, I am tired. I need to go to bed after I watch this next game.
Been the workhorse in some of these rounds.
Look at this awareness right now from Trent. He's posted up on the angle for Oxy. If he rounds the corner, this should be a free kill.
This is what I'm saying. Valorant's calling structure, G2 in general, they shut down these breakout star players. They've taken Oxy's voice away.
You've even hit him with a fault line. Oh my god, he almost converted too.
That's a lot of damage.
Matter of fact, that's the amount of HP Jonah has left from that engagement.
They're barely holding it together, but still it's an
Kiyoya, thank you for the 53 months. Thank you very much for the tier 2 resub. Thank you.
Off all that distraction
Appreciate it. Which region do you think will perform the best at Bangkok? Which will be the worst? I think Pacific will probably be the worst from what I've seen so far. And I think... I think honestly EMEA is probably going to be the best. I think Vitality Heretics is going to be really good.
All on his lonesome on that high ground. G2 convert a dominant, oppressive, masterful.
I'm a T1 hater, Blue the Jedi. If you watch Plat Chat, you'd know that. D1 T1 hater.
All 3 pistol rounds up until this point. C9 have never had a real shot at getting in the game economically. They've not been able to string rounds together.
Well,
games are back to their game.
I to see that.
I think the high spirits are emanating.
Alright, so
from
G2
the left
ran
side of the stage at the moment.
Leaf tucked into the corner on their defense half pistol. Attack half pistol, they do the high recon.
Leaf already.
Leaf gets on an aggressive angle and then 1-3-1 default.
14 and 6. Another map consecutively he's looking to just run away with.
Absolutely dismantling his former team, though. Of course, it looks far different than the one he used to be on, aside from Xeppaa, who, by the way, has been playing with this Cloud9 team for 1,298 days. One of the longest standing players with an org in the game at the moment.
And Mitch, who's only ever been on 2 teams. Oxygen and Cloud9. His whole career.
Is that true? No. Didn't he play for like G2 or something as well? No, there's no way. There's no way Mitch has only played for 2 teams in 5 years. That is fucked, man. That is fucked. He's only played on 2 teams in 5 years. That's fucking crazy. It's just ridiculous. That's so weird. What a stat.
And then after Oxygen, Cloud9 again. Valen on the retreat.
What a stat.
Cloud9 aggressive in mid, and that finds the first onto Trent.
Sorry, Trent, you are not.
Am I watching the other map of Vitality Foot? I should do, but I'm not going to because I'm tired. I'm a little bit jet lagged and I just want to sleep.
G2 back in security. Jorgamo is set up, but he will have his hands full.
I'll catch up on it some other time on stream though, Tozit. Definitely.
Needs to find at least one and then threaten that backstab.
Okay, Headhunter.
Sorry, I didn't look at how they actually pulled off the A exec because I was just laughing about Mitch.
And Mitch, who's only ever been on 2 teams. Oxygen and Cloud9. His whole career.
So that's not a pullback smoke.
2 teams.
This is a defense smoke. On site here, from net, to try to make them cautious. And they just run inside of it immediately. Stun down the left lane, recon towards the back site. See, normally this recon that lands up in this corner, I don't think is that great, because you can hide from it in this corner, but now you can't hide from it in that corner because that's where the stun goes. So this recon now sees everything. And the bad part about this recon is that it doesn't see this, but this one does. So everything's being covered by this stun recon.
His whole career.
And then after Oxygen, Cloud9 again. Valen on the retreat. It's Cloud9 aggressive in mid, and that finds the first onto Trent.
Sorry, Trent, you are not Arsenal today. Valen Tries to go for a cheeky little wrap there, but
So
is slotted out.
3v5 after they
That
lose,
said, post-plant set up for G2
Valen,
back in security. Jorgamo is
and
set
they
up.
lose
He will have
Trent
his
as
hands
well.
Hands full, but he has to be the hero. Dogamo needs to find at least one and then threaten that backstab.
Okay, Headhunter secures one. Leaf Flash forced away. Now the Nebula in his
He's
face.
a ridiculous player.
Jonah might step onto the side here and look for a little pinch of magic. He saw Oxy. They're going. He can com this. He can com this to Leaf. He knows he's going to be overwhelmed, but he can't do anything about it still. Jonah has snuck in behind this space. It's been opened up though, and it's one. Just one.
Very close round.
Oxy catapults himself to the top of C9's scoreboard there.
If
It's a low bar, frankly, but again, getting
if
in
Jonah had
position
been able to play
to have a big
around
impact
the
on the
time
half.
there a little bit, he might have
Feel
actually won the
so
pistol.
sweet to finally get a pistol round. Actually be in the driver's seat economically in this game.
What watch am I wearing? It's
Who's pushed up in this
an
smoke? It's
Emporio Armani watch that my
With the
brother
judge?
bought. It's not
Hoping that
mine.
G2 would challenge here. But Jonah picking
Well,
up
it is
the-
mine now,
copying
but
some early damage.
I never
He's gonna
bought it.
Pull back with the Marshall. And we're done with A for now.
Watchful eye on
Fancy? I don't think it was
Marshall.
fancy.
Stoke weapons so strong.
He was
or
like
rather
14 when he bought it, I think. So
so
Aldrin.
strong on this map.
it can't have been that expensive.
Okay, look at the group up here. Two C9 players over on that B side. They're going to have some advance warning. And they're going to have an Astra Star triggered to buy some time as well. It's going to be Mitch and Vic. Two of the most recent pickups for this squad.
Younger brother.
And joining them is Oxy from that high ground with that Outlaw, something that's lethal to G2. One shots across the board. Mitchie with a fault line here. Valen and Trent want to try and push up, take liberties. Vic's timing, not quite there. He doesn't see the player push coaster. Now he's overwhelmed at close range, but Oxy chimes in for two. From that high ground now to the Sheriff, interrupts the play. Oxy! He's looking for it! Oh, and it slips.
Oxy. Oxy's such a funny player when he starts getting kills because he just gets this like bloodthirsty look in his eye. Starts running forwards. How long have I had the watch? 2 years. Something like that, right? Yeah, 2 years.
Moment of the season, I feel.
That's right. We had him hitting all levels of Super Saiyan last year, but very quickly G2 looking to keep a lid on the energy for Cloud9. Okay, Oxy pulls that one out of a hat.
He might just be entering.
How do they just...
very-
Let's have a look at this beginning of this round.
That's the first primal Oxy moment of the season.
With 4 seconds in by the time we get into the game, G2 have smoked off behind Oxy here. Recon the back of the U
I
bend.
feel.
That's right. We had him hitting all levels.
And Jorg just swings and kills Net. And kind of the point here is that Oxy's supposed to be fighting with Net, but Jorg ISOs the 1v1.
Of Super Saiyan last year, but very quickly G2 looking to keep a lid on the energy for Cloud9. Okay, Oxy.
4v4. And then Zeppa swings and Valen kills it. So they just killed both players on the opposite side of mid to Oxy. And there's nothing else really to be done.
Pulls that one out of a hat.
He might just be entering the flow state. That intuitive spam.
That's called Ultra Instinct, thank you. Right, I'm older than you, man. Come on.
Not really my thing.
By a lot. Really? Cringe. Bladestorm here for Oxy.
This, I remember listening to this during the co-stream. This is such a great little fucking bit of banter between Mitch and Wyatt.
Right.
He might just be entering the flow state. That intuitive spam.
That's called Ultra Instinct, thank you.
Ultra Instinct. Wyatt's like, I don't fucking know what you're talking about.
Not really my thing.
By a lot. Really?
Not really my thing.
Cringe.
And he says cringe.
Bladestorm here for Oxy.
Mitch makes a super nerdy reference. Wyatt's like, that's not really my thing. He goes, really? Cringe. It very much reminds me of Ludwig's sense of humor. The like, being a nerd and then saying other people are cringe for not being as nerdy as you.
Leaf is pushed up well on
Very,
close, but
very funny.
G2 not
Yeah,
full
I love it
committed.
as well, Anders.
Right Rifle round for them, of course, a chance to
They're
take the
both
game
very
back into
talented.
their own hands. But be careful, Oxy's waiting. Fault line dodge, same one as we saw last round. It's Mitch again. Crucial frag, but it's not enough. Down to Vic, and he's the ghost player for this round. And he's been about as invisible with all his action over at B.
You can see that they're trying to get the confidence flowing. They're trying to fight together, and they are fighting together, but the duels just...
I'm slightly concerned that G2 versus Lev might end up being a bit of a clusterfuck to watch, because it'll just be very quick trade kills in like grouped up team fights. Because I know that the G2 guys are really good at playing off each other, but when I was watching Lev play on Split, they were playing in like a 4-player fucking pack at all times, like deathballing around, slow paced, playing for the trades. And that's going to be a difficult game to cast if like it's just like bop, 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 and then suddenly 2 players are dead on both sides, or 3 players are dead on both sides.
2 guns away from G2, so there are bright spots here. Vic's also been able to recover.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about that,
Shabby at all,
Anders,
but yeah, Leaf has been a
because those games are like fundamentally good Valorant, but not very fun to watch, I think, a lot of the time.
Once that tour de force
Because
gets going,
you
he's
have to kind of
definitely
roll it back and be like, oh, that was a
C9
really nice
apart.
trade from him there to be able to get that kill,
G2
and like,
get themselves to 10
you know,
rounds
the.
here. Cloud9,
I think
the
people
mission is still the
tend to
same.
hook into and
Set Oxy
find
up for
the
success.
entertainment from
Time for their
the
full buy.
the
Lost
play
on the
that
ground.
makes the difference. And in
The
those
loss
kind of
will
trade
sting
situations, it's
so
not
much
really
for the team
there's not really a play that
Twisted
makes the difference. It's
NRG,
like
a lot of
who
people's
gets the
favorites, if not,
first
Dick
frag,
had to put
because
them in
then
the
they
top 2
tend to
coming into this
come out with
tournament
like
out of the
3 for 2
offseason,
trade
how well they
advantage or something.
performed. Huge
But I think it could be a
upset
lot of that
win.
kind of stuff.
And to just go right back down to the lower bracket, the exact same spot where NRG are.
It'll be
just
slow and then everything will happen all at
feels
once.
so bad for them.
That's what I'm a bit
Up
worried
in
about.
smoke.
I don't know whether it will
We'll see
play
how
out like
Ace
that,
Leader in
because
his
I think
second
G2 are
season of
not
VCT days.
opting into
Pretty
that
nuts.
stuff every round by any
5
means.
to his name.
But Lev seem to be
That
doing a
gate
lot
crash
of
now
that.
starts to saunter down mid. That'll be Jorgamo maybe using that to get behind enemy lines. Yep, instantly TPs to it. He's in there, but there's nothing to grease him.
This is dangerous for C9. They have to be so aware of the presence in mid. It's going to draw eyes away from the players who may normally be anchoring
Oh.
a site.
He couldn't get out. He got suppressed by the 0 point and couldn't gate crash away. He's stranded.
It's a funny interaction, that one.
Net's still on the angle. Decoy goes out. but
Okay, having some issues with the utility this round is our boy. That's fine, because he can shoot good normally.
I've seen better Joggo rounds.
They take the good with
What did he
having
do
some
to
issues
his
with the
what did he do
Time
to his
back.
gate crash or clone?
Net's still on the
Oh,
angle.
he just walked the clone into the wall.
Okay, having some issues with the utility this round is our boy. That's fine, because he can shoot good normally.
I've seen better Joggo rounds.
They take the good with the bad, Wyatt. All right, there's Oxy toppled from the top of the boxes, but Net finds a second. Falls back off it, now buys some time. No great post-plant position set up here for D2 yet. They're very grouped here towards Coast.
With that plant, though, Jonah P. Rolling Thunder will be available. That could easily even up this 3 versus 4 into a 3v3 and get further advantage from there.
The backstab pressure, though, it's real. Jonah very mindful of it. Leaf suppressed for now, Rolling Thunder at the ready. This one could be devastating. It's hit a couple, but Net's gonna be there. That's 4 for Net. Say it ain't so, surely! Oh, Zappa with
Team against this, lovely to see him at this level after
One of the things that I'm noticing, having watched the Vitality games recently and then going back to watching G2, is that G2 are not as proactive when they're down as I thought they were. They are in some situations, but they're not making a rule out of it. Like that time they just tried to win the 3v4 post plan. Just kind of sat there.
losing his spot with G2 in Americas, struggling at the beginning of his foray and
I
challengers.
like these
playing with
stats
M80, but
facts
then
in the
ending
production. Why don't they do it on
being a
international?
standout player on that
They
team. I
do.
was so impressed with how he turned things around. You can see
They
him
don't do them
finding
as
his
frequently, but
confidence again.
they do them
And that has
sometimes.
carried over into Americas. He's looking so nice.
Pivotal here for C9 on
Yeah,
this
I
map.
watched one of the maps of the recent Vitality
Basically, as
game.
soon as the first
I didn't
round
watch
began, he had
the
that
whole
very
thing.
early Cosmic Divide to set up the gun round.
I watched them
Cloud9.
play on Bind. They looked fucking
again,
amazing on Bind.
When he's been needed, he stepped up. We've got a Guardian and a Rifle here still for Leaf to work with. Also a Cosmic Divide for G2 to try and set this up.
They've just got such a good team. They get away with playing
That's
like
quite far away, trying to rotate.
they look like
This is
2023
gonna be
Fnatic.
tough for C9 to get through.
Oh. All right, let's cut the map up. We have bisected it twice, and there's Oxy. That is at that range.
That's
Not
so
sure how
silly.
it happens. Shock dart straight through the wall. Looking for some damage there is Zephyr. And Oxy's already on the defuse. Bowled over by Leaf, but from up on high, it's the RKO from Zephyr. Beautiful.
Hey yo.
Jonah Pedo, a problem. Nobody's looking at Jonah except Ness. And that's all Cloud.
They think it's C9 are gonna int into them. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. In that kind of situation though, I don't think Cloud9 are normally the type of team that overheats on a retake. They'll overheat on like a post plant or something, but Split was even better. Foot could do literally nothing. Yeah, so I've been told. I need to go back and have a look at it, but I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm a bit jet lagged and tired. Did you ever look into that weird interaction between Omenalt being cancelled by KOL? Yeah, I mean I did, and it's been in the game for like a year and a half, and I just didn't realize.
On the full buy, Leaf with a stinger, but has the tour de force that's going to be popped in. So of course it's aggression from C9. Fault line, difficult for Oxy to. G2 now on the full buy, Leaf with a stinger, but has the tour de force that's going to be popped in. So of course it's aggression from C9.
Did Jonah P just dodge the paranoia?
Stinger, but has the tour de force that's going to be popped in. So of
Yes.
course it's aggression from C9.
Dodged the C9 and then just ran up and deleted
Difficult for
Vic.
Oxy to wade through.
Jonah just piles them down with that one, but they're not done. Still pushing up, and Oxy's claim too.
Don't think they expected this overall
A
follow-up though.
frenetic opener to this round. Oh my god, he's right. Bam! Oxy gets out. Somehow Trent is alive. There we go. You know, win those.
Pure aggression.
Great setup for Mitch there. That flash.
Question, I'm a purebred sliggy chatter. What are flame/sex joke rules here? Oh, no, we don't want any of that. We don't want any of that. None of that in here.
Into that Hunter's Fury.
Hits him real hard. On Oxy there as well, as just to capitalize, of course, on the utter
I can't sleep, Senor Egg. Can you sing me a lullaby? Yeah, give me a second. Let me think of one. How about ha 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 he elephant's nest in a rhubarb tree. Do you like that one? That was pretty good. What were some of the other ones that I was saying that my grandma was singing to me when I was young? Fuck. I'll tell you some poetry if you like. What do you suppose? A bee sat on my nose. What do you think? He gave me a wink. And he said, beg your pardon, I thought you were a garden. Let me see if I can remember any of the other ones. I can't fucking remember them.
it has caused. Now we've got ourselves a game, folks. G2 again. Awkward half by Leaf with a rifle. There is a dimensional drift for Jorgamo.
That is all Cloud9 setting up their star Oxy. He capitalizes. This is the best
Yeah,
map
it's
he's had
mandatory
so
to have
far
one
in
bald guy in a
2025.
casting duo, but unfortunately Mitch and Wyatt are
Single
refusing to go
forced away.
bald, so
At least still living.
This round, though, the wins
we're not going to
in his
invite them
favour.
to an international
Not
event
early
until we
anyway.
shave one of them.
Trent's looking to inch up here. Nothing really but a sheriff to
Is
his
G2
name.
not being proactive a concern for you? A little bit when you see them down a player in some of these spots and they're not
minute
cooking
round
up plays to equalize.
Jorg maybe to go
They
forward with this Valor.
seem
Will be on the setup.
in some
Position
spots
for a
to have the
very low
Fnatic
range.
syndrome.
He's caught
I mean, that is so
in the
good.
grab well with the shock.
What a combo. Normally, this Valen will be on the setup.
Has
Recon
risky
pull.
position for a very low HP.
What the fuck is the breach Yoru chamber assist there? Is that just from the early damage done, like at the start of the round? Must be, right?
Angle forced away.
No, that was Leaf.
At least still living.
So the chamber
This round,
assist
though,
is
the
from
winds
the
don't roll in
damage
his
done.
favour. Not early anyway.
What's the Yoru assist from?
Trent's looking to inch up here. Nothing really but a sheriff to his name.
Did he just lob a flash at him and get an assist?
No one tapping that orb quite yet. A minute in the round already. You expect Jorg maybe to go forward with this. Valen will be on the setup.
Because the stun goes through.
Risky.
Like the stun is from the stun is there, but what is the Yoru assist from?
Position for a very low HP.
I think it's literally just because Jorg fucking threw a flash. Like it's honestly, that's so fraudulent. That is such a fraudulent assist from Jorgamo. The stun into the pull into the shock dart though, with the chamber damage at the beginning of the round, is beautiful. And then they really thought we wouldn't realize that Jorg snuck himself in there.
He's caught in the grab well with the shock.
What a combo. Normally it's like a seized nade. Look, that's probably harder to put together. Great grab well timing.
Lovely util.
Free kill on this sort of anti-eco. You've got to feel good.
Rifle can't be recovered though. It's too far away for
Spinners,
G2
thank you for the
to bring it
prime.
up in main. Here comes the
Thank you
dimensional
very much
drift
for the new
from
prime
Shaw.
sub.
Wants to spot the players out, gets the info on all four, matter of fact.
He's seen them. But what can they do about it? Here's Oxy with a tap. Rolling Thunder comes in. Dude,
There's the
G2
Breach
step onto
Yoru
the side.
combo.
Well, Jorg does.
Countered.
Makes a quick exit though as Valen now goes brrr, trying to spray down. Enters that Omen smoke. The right clicks don't quite get him there. Oxy's down to half, but still more work needs to be done.
Yeah, sorry, what I was saying before was it kind of feels a little bit like G2 have some of the Fnatic syndrome, where they fall into off-site post plants like 90% of the time, which I'm still concerned about. I think there's only really 2 teams that are doing that a lot, and they're both 2 of the more disciplined squads that like to have really heavy set util setups and stuff. So it's not necessarily bad for them to do that, but it does mean that they're not in as good positions to make disruptive plays against the retake. I think teams are going to start realizing they're playing offsite more and come up with good ways of punishing them for it.
Dimensional drift. G2 making the most.
Will you be VOD reviewing Fnatic's
bad
Abyss from
economic
yesterday?
situation.
No. What, the one where they went A
economically
11
still
out
pretty
of the
good.
12
They've got
rounds?
the operator in the hands of
I
Oxy.
don't think I'll be doing
A
that.
tough round loss, but they're not out of this by any means just yet.
That's disruptive though. The economy's in a weird place, not terrible. Like you said, not in the hands of their jet player. Always a good sign. Last time we saw Trent with the Hunter's Fury, it was speculative. He just sort of threw it out early in the round. This time though, a bit more judicious about its deployment.
Pullback smoke
G2
over towards
intends on working
A.
up mid, splitting into B. So much pressure on that. Can he get his damaged up on the run and caught by Jaw?
Somehow again, G2 0 in on Net's
Really
position.
nice
and kind of
pathing there
falling
from
over with
G2.
numbers at the start of a round.
Tough for
Mitch
Mitch
now.
and for Vic.
Playing in an awkward spot.
It's a very
Between rock and
annoying
a hard
position.
place. And again, still able to extract the kill. It's so big. They need more than that. Nicely done by Vic. Already down to 5. And this plan is one that Oxy can't really intervene in Wyatt.
In this situation, they're in a 3v3. They don't have good post-plan positions at all. This is where G2 need to make a play happen. But God knows how. But somebody
Zephyr
needs to
up
do
mid, though.
something. They can't just wait.
Zep is going to have an engagement against Trent here. Will he be ready? This kill could certainly determine how this round plays
Then
out.
again, the post plants don't look
One-man advantage.
too horrible
Both are healthy.
because Jorg and Valen can play off each other a little bit.
Both are armed.
But
Oxy
Jorg
inside
needs
this smoke,
a
there's
bit
no
of
way
help.
He gets away with it. Kid Wonder doesn't make it happen. And Zephyr here now really doesn't have many options left. This is G2 going to
Definitely
series
felt like
points.
they should get pinched in that spot because they have to be worried about main, heaven, B-Link. Like, Valen in theory should have his head on a bit of a swivel thinking about heaven and thinking about main. But he just tucked underneath, tucked like here, and was watching main.
And they clean him up.
That shot from Jogamo, able to hit the headshot, no less, onto Oxy, updrafting out of that Nebula. A high echelon.
Get himself
Maybe I'm overrating how bad
location layers too.
that was for
Kick off bracket.
G2 positionally.
find a way.
Lower.
It felt bad for them. But I suppose it's only bad if a player full walks out heaven.
And Oxy's finally come online, Wyatt. It's taken 2/3 of the series, but he's here now. It might just be too late.
Posted up on mid, watching for anyone who may want to go through the dark.
That's
cover this
something we
time.
haven't seen from them. We haven't seen them do a fishing play into top mid. We haven't seen them do a Jorg puts a TP deep mid, stun onto Oxy, and try to get a pick at the start of the round onto people playing in U-Bend. Because a lot of teams were trying to do those kind of fishing for a pick at the start of the round plays.
It's a fake gate crash from Jogamo.
And they know it. You can see the splat on the ground.
Trent was watching B-Link. Trent was so in that position. Trent was here watching this kind of like angle. So yeah, I mean Trent is just taking a duel essentially for the round, basically. I mean, maybe he is playing a spot where he could do a bit of spam, get out, and then watch heaven.
Committed to mid by Cloud9 this round.
And the Cosmic Divide.
It's a fake.
Pure sell. There's a gate crash in spawn. Jogamo's going to make noise. He's going to leave
It's on net again. It's up to this guy again against his old team.
with the judge in the Nebula.
I've seen how this one ends.
I like the idea that Fnatic had though, Anders, where you do it with the Tejo stun.
They waited out.
Because the Tejo stun's larger than the Breach stun in like a wider spot like that.
So does the curtain on Net's round. Devastating for Cloud9. Zephyr though pays it no mind. He gets himself into the side, but Jonah P sends him careening off the map.
Yeah, Valen doesn't have to look until Trent takes contact. Yeah,
Into
yeah.
the side,
You're right,
tried
you're
to
right.
play off the cell with speed, pace, not G2. They take their time. They punish Net for it. They don't make mistakes like that.
And now you just ease into a post-plant situation. Slowly the Anaconda strangles. First, it's the aftershock. Forces him off the plant. Then more spray. This time, a gravity well.
Yeah, you ain't G2.
Another tickle,
You
another
ain't G2.
attendance trade here with the Hunter's Fury to end.
Okay, well, I mean, some interesting stuff if they go back over to Abyss, some general, like, ideas that it prompted there as well. Let's have a look at Leviathan. I mean, the big things that I remember from this game are that they were playing pretty slowly, pretty heavy focus on being quiet and contacting back into different areas after taking early map control on Haven, and that Demon One was not having a very good, happy time on the attack side. We went 5 and 10. I mean, those are some not good Jet attack side numbers. Even though he went 3-0 on first kills. And then on split, they were kind of roaming around, very pack-based. Let's have a look at this again.
Better. When Demon One is a part of the conversation, it is time
Hello.
for the Samsung match start.
Full
Load up
screen.
fast with Samsung
Full screen.
SSDs. Leviathan starting on the
screen.
attacking side.
What the fuck? Full screen. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and Com was unbelievably good in the clutch as well. Can you show us some of your chess? No, I would be embarrassed to play chess on stream if you actually wanted to watch chess. I'm down to fuck around and play chess against viewers or whatever, under the admission that I'm bad, but I'm not gonna show off my chess skills. They're not good.
We'll see how this plays out.
How about your
Pretty standard
chest
comps across
instead?
the board, too.
Dude.
Yeah, no one really.
I started growing chest hair at the age of like 29. I thought that shit was supposed to happen like during puberty. I genuinely did not have a hair on my chest at all until the age of 29. And now I'm starting to grow like proper chest hair. What the fuck's going on there? Like it had to leave my head in order to start sprouting elsewhere? I don't know.
Incorporating that Tejo at all on this map. Leviathan, it looks like they're going to prod up into this front B area. Maybe just go for a full site exec here.
All right, so sorry. Let's have a look at the pistol round because a lot of teams run
Leviathan starting on the
preset stuff on the
attacking
pistol
side.
round. So
We'll see
did they
how this
do
plays
anything
out.
before just
Pretty
grouping up
standard
4 in
comps
mid?
across the board, too.
Yeah, they
Yeah, no one
recon
really
short.
Incorporating that Tejo at all
So
on this
smoke
map.
to cross, recon short.
Leviathan, it looks like they're going to prod up into this front B area. Maybe just go for a full site exec here.
That smoke will buy a little bit of time, but Demon 1 is dashing across it. Forget the smoke.
Demon 1 looked
And
like he was so fucking back on the pistol round.
Sight finding a second, not able to connect on the third, but Khalil has arrived at the scene, and he is dealing plenty of damage. Havoc on the swing, it's all on to Com. Light armor, a chance to make a play here. Rafa on the tap, he's gonna have one last person he's gonna have
Havoc.
to deal with, and that is Havoc. A refresh and a reload of the clip. Utility out, it's a 50-50 game here. Is he sticking it? Is he gonna get a tap? Did get a tap, and the classic! Clutches things out, what a start for Lev.
Cobb, so good in the clutch. We've seen this time and time again from this player. He's always the last man standing to a point where it was memed, Doug.
Yeah.
But when he wins the round doing it, you can't complain. And this is why he's on this roll. This is why he's always...
Poor Havoc. Tech pause gear. How long did that last for? Not that long.
A little flash, a little dash. Maybe something like that. They're still waiting for it. The dash is proc, the swing is there. There was no utility behind that. Kill traded though.
Yeah, great follow-up. Khalil, he's stuck right now. He's going to have to TP out. He does so. Right now, although there was some trading going on, Fury got the short end of the stick. 3 members taking some damage, or two members taking damage.
When I think about King's calling on this map, I think about them using timings around recon stun a lot.
No smoke.
So like 1 minute execs, a lot.
What can Rafa do here? Khalil is close by.
This round though, they're contacting in.
Both a little beaten and a little battered. Remember, Rafa's one of the new additions to the squad, and Com. Perfect timing on the swing.
right on time.
Yep. A little bit of damage has been dealt here, but that said, Leviathan still have 3 rifles to play around.
Yeah, major ones at that. A Guardian, a Phantom, a Bulldog.
Yep.
All heavy hitters in the server. Spawn, that's... Dart doesn't... that in a long
In
time.
a very,
in
very
VCT.
long time. Yeah, I agree.
It was all that mind game as well, that Dart from MW's era. Tex contacting in garage and Heat. I mean, he's gonna feel the fire right now. Wait, what?
He turns on him.
It's this is a really nice round. This is a disguised C split.
MW's era.
So you full contact through mid. You make it look like it's a full C exec. So you throw the smoke to cut off garage as if you're all going from C long. And then you double look through
Tex
here
contacting
on a
in garage
fast
and
timing.
Heat. I mean, he's gonna
So you're trying, the idea is to try to catch Heat as he's thinking about C rather than thinking about garage.
feel the fire.
And then obviously the trade comes through
now.
really
Wait,
nicely from
what?
King.
He
King's
turns
movement
on
is
him.
amazing. So
Fortunately for Lev,
cool,
King was
cool
there.
round to run there.
He equalized that a little bit. Paranoia will buy some space.
That's still so ridiculous.
Rafa's on the flank though, and there's nothing to cover Garage. If they're not facing it, that's a weak spot. Calm has gone all the way back down C-Long.
Might have to get out here.
A lot of
Snap
people
a
run
dart.
that kind of
He's
stuff
not
on
yet.
Ascent.
Meanwhile, Rafa with regen armor trying to fill in.
That was supposed to
And
be a
it's
little
getting messy,
garage
it's
clear
getting
there
dangerous.
off the back of the updraft, but
This has trouble.
They
Ring all over it. Kills
weren't ready
continue to
for
be
it.
traded back and forth. And again, it's Calm in a 1v2.
or rather they weren't ready for the person coming through the front of
He's
garage.
done this before. It was on B last time. This time the dart has been cleared. He was able to stop it, but he got half.
Nice try though, nice try. Very close from Com.
Get into his own
And
hand.
and a great bonus.
A lot of the members of Furia can shoot, and that's what we saw in the off season. So yeah, they've started off a little bit slow here, but now these are
Demon
the
1 picks up
defining
the
rounds right
Outlaw
here.
against
Furia
light
can
armor.
take this one away, their economy will start building.
Oh, watch that TP back in Swan. He stuck it. King is behind enemy line. Does he? No.
This is a round that we saw from somebody else as well. Who was doing this? Who was running this exact same round?
Furia can take this one away, their economy.
Where you fake like you're doing a fast A hit, but you omen ult instead to the other side of the map and run it as a fake. Someone was doing this. They did it on 2 separate maps. They did it on Haven and they did it on Lotus. You know, it could be Gen G actually. That might be a shout, Lekka. I think it was Gen G. Was it Karen who did this? Maybe. Let's have a look, because we'd know from the maps, I think. Gen G against RRQ. Lotus and Haven, yeah. Yeah, it was, I think. I think it was Karen. It's a nice idea for a round. I think the problem with its execution here is that Furia are not going to be too worried about the fact that they're getting hit with a real fast A round,
We'll start building.
because that
Oh,
recon's
watch
not
that
getting
TP
broken
back
in
in
lobby.
Swan. He
You
stuck
kind
it.
of have to break that recon.
King is behind enemy line. Does he? No.
But it still works because he gets the kill on heat.
On top of that, Calm getting a kill with the Sova ultimate on the Havoc. It's going to be a 3v4, but all of C is free.
And look at how slow Khalil has to go through spawn
Yeah.
because of the presence that King showed.
And that buys so much time for the spike to get planted and the post-plant positioning to be set up.
I mean, he could literally be
But these
anywhere
are
back there
these
right
are
now.
like
Ooh.
great
Meanwhile,
game
the rest
plans.
of Furia have to be a little
from the
pacey
strat
about
book
this.
to
They've
deal with
invested
Furia.
The ult, facing the other way. Nowhere really for them to go. One has been cleaned up. The second will fall. And Khalil's left alone.
Amazing use of the Breach ultimate from the tank there.
Agreed.
The
In
one
round
person
4, too, I
fake
thought you
towards
looked
A
at it,
with
oh, maybe a
texture
little
just
early,
dying.
but
Yeah,
I like
that
it when
does
you look
ring
at the
some
money
kind
from
of
the
bell.
side of Furia, you understand how important
I'm
this
back,
round
guys.
really
I
is
had to
for
go
the
listen to
economy.
Pink Pony
They
Club
break
by
the
Shackle
economy here. It's
Rowan.
gonna be, you know, maybe
Honestly,
a
an
couple guns with
electric
this one being
fucking
saved
banger
bought into
of
the
a
next,
song.
but, I mean, he's sitting at
A genuine
$100, man.
10 out of
Like,
10
it's-
ultra
that's
banger of a
broke,
song.
bro.
Yeah, he's broke.
And that's Cypher utility. It's not cheap.
Nope.
He's gonna have to have.
Boom, boom, boom.
Look, it's been a lot of presence towards C and B. That garage area. I mean,
I'm
it was
casting
getting
G2
bullied. I
Lev
think that's why you
tomorrow,
saw this
Aaron.
adjustment from Furia. It's a really light investment, but they took all the mid space. Rafa will get taken down because of it. That's no breach
I
you
think I'm
now.
gonna
You don't
skip
have to
this
really
round.
worry about that many traps, at least back
Are we going to
behind
learn
the kill.
anything from the anti-eco? Maybe.
Freeze here from the defense.
Yeah, waiting for any type of re-aggression from Furia. A lot of teams tend to try to group up, re-clear some space on the opposite side of where the pick happens. But Khalil, he's the one with the weapon. He's the one that it all is riding on for Furia. Can he clutch up?
Big spot here. He's the only one with a rifle. That smoke will provide a little cover. Only finds one.
Great trade.
That was really their one saving grace, if there was to be one for Furia, and
And they are fast in.
doesn't really get confidence. Kill. Though here, a possibility to
Stun.
answer back. They have an off in the
Brick
hands of
smoke.
Havoc. They have 4 ults to play around, and Heat's 1 pip away from his.
Calling so far from King has been really good, along with the firepower he's been having on this roster as well.
They want to fight short. Khalil's been inserted. As the smoke dissipates,
God, they're sticking around here too. It's pretty good that they bait out a drone. Demon One doesn't want to peek this long area. They know that there is an operator in play. And with that drone not seeing anybody towards A, they might think that it is posted at C.
They're committing. They
The
planted
reclear.
smoke
Oh,
to
I
try
remember
to
this round,
obfuscate
yeah.
the exit.
And King TP's away.
And one of them did not make it across. Keep a close eye on King. TP's away. Smoke now refresh.
And then the
Meanwhile,
react
the rest of it
into
have
B
gotten
from
up onto
Tex.
B.
Tex wins a
Now why?
And one of them did
Yeah,
not make it
he
across.
just doesn't have a trip at front B.
Keep a close eye on King. TP's away. Smoke now refresh. Meanwhile, the rest of it
He's
is
just
have
trying to
gotten up
hold it
onto
with
B.
his gun.
Tex wins a crucial 1v1.
I'm surprised at how limp
They have a lot
Heat
of options
looked
here.
on
They can choose
Cypher.
to stick B. They can funnel towards A, but they decide to stay.
They do bait out the Sova ultimate. Demon One.
I thought he would look quite good.
40 seconds left in round. Atanka's down.
Sorry, that's
There
Havoc with
goes
the
to
nice spot.
Spike.
Tex.
I mean, Tex hard. Yeah. 2 high impact frags in this round so far.
Round winning. And he's still going for more. The
I'm-
Cypher ultimate paints the picture.
Whether or not it was round winning is yet to be decided as Tex.
That may have been a bit of an overheat there from
Do
Tex.
you expect Demon One? Do you expect the second?
Is
It's
G2 versus
3v3
Lev going to
King.
be a mega snoozer?
The line is Rafa on
It
the swing.
should be quite a
Crouch provides
slow-paced
a little
game,
bit of cover.
but I think it should be a
Under a lot of
very
pressure
good
here.
game as well.
Demon One is very patiently playing his time here. He has not gotten aggressive, and now he's left in a 1v2. He's got a rifle. He spotted one. The blade through. He's going to push into the smoke, and Khalil. Oh,
They're not converting the post plants every time here. I mean, mostly every time. They've only lost 2,
He's always
but
good for one.
he does. I want to.
It doesn't look as-
What's happening
it doesn't look as perfectly drilled.
Havoc still has an
in the
op, and
post.
Demon One is there.
And it's a walk down with a cam as well.
But I do like the macro,
No cam,
the way that
actually.
King's
Team
calling
that's
that.
on the move.
Almost connects.
You talked about how good Calm has been with the ults, not really finding a ton of value
You're confused by the roles in
Almost was
Furia? Yeah, I am a bit as well. But I think that's what you've got with a team like
And
this.
so what if Furia done on the other side of this?
You
They've
just got
gotten their
a lot
Cypher
of-
deep
A
down
lot of
C1.
fragging talent
Now they can
and not
rotate
many
off
roles
this.
that
They
make
have the
sense.
trip that's covering garage too.
The op is just repositioned, picking up that front B line.
Put
Peach is
Havoc
able
on
to lean over
Sentinel.
towards that A. That short smoke was
If
definitely
you're
heard
gonna
inside
have,
Furia, but
if you're not putting
it's all
Havoc on
ruse
Duelist and believing
now.
that he's gonna play well this
there's
season,
going to be a reclear on this
because he's
C
got over his
area.
nerves, then there's no point having
Heat
him on
right
the
now, if
team.
he gets flushed out, it's not going to be looking good for him, but already a heavy lean back towards C. It's
Yeah.
a fake.
Havoc is the first one here.
It's a fake, right? Wait, a good bait, though.
Are they gonna bite? Heat's now starting to move. They hear the rotations away, and Atank gets caught.
What the fuck is going on here? Oh, this was the round where they inserted Heat early on into the C cubby and didn't get cleared by Lev. And then Lev tried to run some weird kind of C fake into walking onto A, but they never actually go up C.
Wait, a good bait, though.
It's
they
a
gonna
weird one.
Heat's now starting.
It's a very
Hear the
weird one.
rotations away, and Atank gets caught.
But somehow Tex wins another 1v1.
MW up close. Tex gets another.
30 seconds
It's
left.
ridiculous.
20 HP now. The op has arrived at the site,
He was on Union for a while. He didn't play for Union
looking for a life to take,
at Ascension.
but nothing allowed.
Be
He,
his own right here. Here's the
as
head-to-head. He
far
wins.
as I'm aware,
And now they know where he
he
is.
dropped out of playing
Anybody
for
with
the
ability to try and
Union
flush him out. The second tip is good
because
onto
he was
Demon One.
having like mental performance anxiety issues.
What else can
and
they
then
do
he
on
ended
this
up
reach
being
utility? They've got the stun,
picked
that'll
up for tier
creep them
1.
out just a little bit,
And he looked
but there's still so much
very
more to be done. King
nervous.
down in hell and taking him with him. Lev gets a.
After a round win.
They've never really had footing, have they?
Not at all.
Good
Another
night,
A-side default.
Denitums.
This time, Omen TPing to the close left corner. He was in a cubby last time, maybe not trying to get flushed out. This is way more decisive as well from Leviathan. In previous defaults, they haven't really peaked long A like that, but they know, since there's no operator, Demon One's confidence
How
to
long
take that
until
fight out to
Zekken
Sheriff
becomes
or
an
Marshall, whatever
initiator?
it could be.
Zekken started as an initiator. He was a Sova main. If Zekken was going
Now
to
some
go
garage
somewhere
is being
after
shown. It's gonna be
being a
drone
duelist,
from
I would
Mom.
imagine he would go initiator.
a smoke off of the C side as well. So really being
Zekken's the
about what you're
exception to the
clearing out
rule.
and what information you're denying.
No, I'm not going to
that
watch Party
makes
of the Pacific
two
games
players have to stay in C
because
they're so worried.
I need to go to bed.
Re-clear, but Leviathan are already all grouped up A.
I mean, especially in a map like Haven, those little denials of information matter so much more. Havoc tries to catch a quick one on Detect, steals a little bit of damage, just a chip. 40 HP for the Sentinel. And now they're trying to brute force their way out onto this site. They have resistances that are here, but the thing is they are ill-equipped.
Post.
Out on both sides.
Yeah, it's trying to counter this
Round
Leviathan
9.
A default. But I just fear that Leviathan are just too confident at this moment. They're up 2-6. They could really just afford to run it down at this point.
I thought Rafa would have an early stun to try to keep him back, but it's late. Meanwhile, Demon 1 is fully pushing forward.
It's a beautiful entry, and now MW Zera has to get
Let's
out
have
of
a look
dodge.
at let's
They
have a
can
look at
really
this round again.
Sides.
Yeah, it's trying to
They've been
counter
running a
this
lot of
Leviathan A
slow
default.
rounds.
But I just
They
fear
have
that
Omen
Leviathan
ult
are just
online
too
again.
confident at this moment. They're up 2-6.
They throw smoke. So this is what they were faking that they were doing in that previous round. But it feels so different. Like this feels like a genuine version of it because you've got Demon 1 fucking running at you down A long.
They could really just afford to run it down at this point.
Like Havoc can hear the bulls.
I thought Rafa would have an early stun to try to keep him back.
Why does Demon 1 instantly dash forwards here though? Instead of waiting, smoking, dashing into it?
But it's late. Meanwhile,
Because he's now put himself in a really bad spot there.
Demon 1 is fully pushing forward.
It's a beautiful entry, and now MW Zera has to get out of dodge.
King is in heaven. Drops down to hell now. The site was never safe.
Just overwhelming Furia.
Spike planted.
When does America start? Same time it does every day.
And much like has been
2
the case
p.m.
for
Pacific.
the majority of this half, it starts, and then in the blink of an eye, the round is effectively over.
It's just so interesting to see how the game has adapted. It's higher ace. They could use. Either Furia aren't able to set up the trap that they want, or they're just.
Sorry, just making notes for tomorrow.
Discombobulated.
I mean, it looks like they're going to try again.
At this time, Soba a little bit
Just
closer
making a
to
note
Havoc.
about Demon
He's
1's
got
little
regen armor.
Here's a
entry
dart.
pathing there.
Gets
It
broken
seemed
before he stands. Havoc.
Wants to dash.
like
Peeks out
another
across
example
King.
of him
Well
not
done.
being as comfortable in the
Well, they
chaotic
crushed him from
situations.
short too.
That was not pretty, dog.
No, the newest addition to Lev on the punish.
The only upside here is for Furia, there is no smokes you have to worry about. You can play in a little bit longer angles, maybe even A heaven if you want.
What do you write in your notes? Just like little
But
bullet
instead,
points.
MW Zera, he's
Anything
playing
to trigger
so up
memory
close and
of the
personal.
wider
This
concept.
Cypher ult's gonna fish everybody out.
And the timing couldn't be any better. They were pushing down mid.
I mean, you can throw a sight smoke down, but they know you're not back sight, buddy.
Speeding up towards C now with the paranoia. I believe that tagged everyone. Havoc's in a really good spot to make a play.
They have a flash for this.
He's got to stay quiet though.
You have flash?
Concealing his position. Slowly spammed out and dropped.
Okay.
Heads up play by Comp, but the punch is coming
MW
back.
actually does a lot of damage there.
Now Heat in a 1v2. That's
Good round
such a
from
tough
Com.
clutch to win.
I kind of expected that play to come a little bit earlier. I thought they were going to do the flash at the same time as the recon. And maybe use Demon 1 smoke to get across. Because in this situation here, like, oh god. Can we go
Stay
forwards a
quiet,
little bit?
though, concealing his position.
Like here, as this smoke is about to go down, they get ready to flash. I feel like this is a really nice opportunity for Demon 1 to throw his Cloudburst out, kind of as if he could be crossing onto a wide angle, just so that you're peeking from a number of different positions,
Slowly spammed out and dropped.
rather than just like peeking exactly within the tank. I think we would often see Jets do that kind of thing.
The smoke, he's gonna pop your head.
And that was, I mean, he had used a shorty to try to clear out logs too. So
Why
his
did
Heat was
Khalil double smoke his own team off? Because they want to maintain backside control. Because it's actually quite difficult to play Haven as a post planter if the defenders control the funnel to get into the site. So if you smoke here and you smoke here, you know that the attackers want to take the full site. It's actually super common to do that kind of thing. It's one of the best ways of holding on to a space on Haven C. You do not want to get trapped in this little choke point. It's just too small. So if you can make the choke point you're fighting over like much bigger, much wider, you stop the attackers from being able to stuff you out. So you smoke at least this side, and then sometimes you smoke Log's side as well. Or honestly, you can do the other way around if you want. But it's just about being able to flood in through the CT entrance, take position in backside, and have a fight from more open territory. Yeah, mostly people would use a single smoke in that situation, Shinji, yeah. Most of the time. But honestly, the reason that, like, if Omen had 3 smokes, a lot of people would use 2 smokes there. It's just that usually you only have 1 smoke to be able to use, and then you want the other one for the choke point, or to smoke the spike off, or something else. Because, like, for example, the Cypher will often cage both sides. I mean, in theory, maybe you could argue that it's like optimal to only smoke one side, because then you can focus all of your attention on the other side, and you, I don't know, you have the crosshair placement more correct or something. But to be honest, if you just smoking both sides, you have nice backside control. So
Convinced
it's perfectly fine.
that there was someone close by.
He knew. Another attempt at an A fight for Furia. Havoc, another entry.
Nicely done as Havoc gets another. Settling on the third.
Havoc does look nice.
And you know what?
What was different this round compared to the last couple? Because it seemed like the approach was the same.
You know what the difference was?
Havoc hit his shots.
Just basically said, I've had enough. First, after the second,
Dash away, yeah.
play the numbers game, but he knows that he has to take out as many as he can, because that's the type of game that Furia are in right now.
Havoc's trying to go fast again. The dash and the blades. Tex is there. Not only the blades, but they're
That's
also
a nice set play by Furia.
From MW.
And then Khalil is AWPing over
Exposed
towards
C-Long as well from
C,
Khalil.
which Demon
That
1 would
reach
not
on
have
gets
been
nothing, but it
expecting.
does give them info. They
Because
know
when
what
Havoc dashes
That's
out,
just a
I mean,
reactionary
that's normally your
intuition.
op
Oh, it
agent,
seems
right?
like they thought they were funneling down B-long.
I mean, it worked out on that bonus.
Honestly,
round.
Careful comp.
rewatching this, Furia don't actually look that bad. I'm throwing him a bit of bail here. They look all right.
Deep fight down C-long. And now freeze from Lev.
Like, Heat looks bad on Cypher,
Pretty
and
unnecessary.
MW
as
doesn't
well
look
for
like
Rafa.
he's doing
You have
much
to say
on
you're up
Sova.
I
But
mean,
the
that would've
combo
secured
of
the round if he gets it, but yeah, you're right. It
Rafa
feels like
and Havoc,
But if you go down there, I mean,
and
basically give a chance back
the
to
like
Lev, who have been
coordination
doing
of
great on
Furia when they're
contact,
trying to
getting between
play
the spots, getting
the
fixed.
retakes and
I
stuff.
mean, look at King right now on the mini-map.
It looks
This is
okay.
just a distraction. If you can kill one, that's great.
No
But
way
King
he
is
gets
going to...
one. And there's King pushing
Oh
up,
my.
as you mentioned, all the way up garage.
But unfortunately,
And he can get more right now. Look at this breach. Rafa's stuck.
this does not
They're
end
clawing
well
their
for
way
them.
back into this thing. Rafa is now down. This was a 5v3 that has now gone back the way of the attack.
Mr. Do-It-All.
But now even
They're not as bad
at
as
2
2G.
apiece, Heat creeping forward. Calm left alone.
Of course.
He's hit one 1v2, failed the other, and an opportunity to do it again.
And a dart coming up as well. 2 seconds.
The first shock will connect.
It's such a mammoth shock.
Dart. It's all about the swing and the fight. Now he stinks the first one. Can he get the second? Remember how weak Havoc is. Off the swing.
Com plays that so nicely, like throwing out the jiggle and then catching Havoc as he runs back to spike. It just couldn't have gone any better for Com. He gets full damage shock dart. He gets dink and finish on the like first swing. And then he perfectly predicts the timing of Havoc going back to the spike. It's just picture perfect. No. I started my stream up again. Roars.
He's these angles, maybe get the defensive side operator up into his own hands. And he's so quick with it, just like Havoc taking this garage.
A stun and a dart.
Yeah, but you know Calm is here.
That's a second
So
shot.
much
That doesn't
damage.
feel much better.
Okay, Con might be feeling a
is
bit
stubborn, isn't he?
too
Yeah, he is for sure. But
confident
he knows
there.
he's got to take him out.
Sticks around, takes the fight and wins it. But weak here. This is a tough angle on the swing, man. That,
Crispy.
he was just trying to
It's a
rotate.
good shot by Heath.
Now Furia know that. They know that they cut off one of the
Playing the
rotators,
breach
and he
behind
is
the
now
trip.
pressing that A main lobby area.
After, I mean, there's not much.
And he's
Where's
gotten-
the tank
he's gotten
supposed to
pretty
go
far,
there?
and the
Fully
thing
through
is, those
spawn to
trips,
see?
Anything else to cover that is really deep.
Maybe.
So there's a lot more real estate he can gain before he's caught or punished.
I think Khalil is posted on it, but not anymore. Demon One does find the timing. He takes out Heat.
And now they know there's pressure from either side. King has to win this fight just to give him a chance, and he does. 5 HP though, and now he falls.
Amazing shock.
It was crazy when Demon 1 won
Demon
this.
won in a 1v3, and they've got him spotted
Must have
and
been thinking about a
surrounded.
different game.
Because you know he does get scanned by the dart, so
How do you practice casting, especially during really hype moments? To be honest with you, that's not my job, because I'm the color caster. So I don't know. Do it more often, I suppose, is the answer. But you could mute VODs and just be practicing on your own. You know, find a VOD, hit the mute button, record yourself doing it, listen to it back, see how it sounds.
This lean towards A, if it ends here, could be trouble.
yeah. Drone clears out the lower part of short A, but with that Omen smoke coming out, now you are left wondering.
Same
There's a
way
lot
that you
of
would
presence
practice
here.
most things.
There's not a lot of guns, but the personnel is close by. They've got to win these gunfights out.
Watching VODs without game
Trades,
audio
one for
is
one will work out.
annoying, but
Texas still on the other
if
side of the
that's
map, too.
what you have access to, that's what you have access to.
Yeah, Tom gets caught. King does too. Talked about it.
In that,
I am quite tired, actually. You are
they
correct.
can convert.
Yeah,
But
it's
I'm going to finish
There you go.
this work.
But still, I mean,
Actually?
3 back.
I'm going to make myself a protein shake, and then I'm going to finish this work. Oh my god, my legs have seized up. Fucking hell. I need to go and do some like cycling or something tomorrow. Loosen myself up again. Honestly, maybe I should do that before I go to bed. Just do like 5K on the bike or something. I was a bit concerned bringing creatine on a flight because it's just fucking white powder basically. But they didn't say shit, so that's good for me, I suppose. I mean, who's going to bring that amount of coke or whatever on a flight? You'd have to be a fucking maniac. Why does the soy milk in America smell like tuna? What the fuck? Oh no, it's the fridge. Someone must have had tuna in the fridge before I arrived. That's weird. Okay.
Vandals, a Guardian, all these guns long range can take you out in an instant.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm veggie, but I
Lack of
often eat
investment does
vegan
not mean
just
the round is secured.
because.
that might mean the round is secured.
Calm sees the cage popped out. He's going for the spam. And he takes heat right out of
Have
the
you ever
circle.
tried jilking?
A clear
What
of
the
the trip.
fuck is jilking?
Lever here though.
There's 3 players here.
Utility out. The dash proc. He knows
Sorry,
where
let
he
me have a
is.
look at what
Sir,
happened
The
here.
round is.
What's
Hey,
going
Zone,
on
there
the
you go.
defense?
Take you out in an instant.
Yeah, you're right. The lack of investment does not mean the round is secured. that might mean the round is secured.
So he just
Calm
gets
sees the
blasted.
cage popped out. He's going for the spam. And he takes heat right out of the server.
They
clear
react
of the
by
trip.
taking garage.
Lever here though.
Yeah, there's 3 players here.
Utility out. The dash proc. He knows where he is. If they try to crunch, this is trouble. They can get pushed through garage. It can get pushed through long, or they can get dropped before the crunch even starts. A great
Dude,
paranoia in
Americans
exchange.
put fucking sugar in everything.
They have to think twice here.
Why
I
is
don't
this
know
so
if there's a way
sweet?
in.
You're kind of forced to have to hold
It's
W
supposed to
though,
be
because you
milk.
don't know what's going on at A with that early pick on heat. MW.
Creeping forward, contacting up. In a spot like this, 1 kill found 2. Off the flash, looking for the second, and Tex will fall.
They're still in a
Great
player
spray from the
advantage
tank.
spot here because they've got 2 kills through
A
smokes.
3v2. Furia not committing to the spike plant quite yet. Looking to see if they can find any other free kills. Khalil still has a stinger.
Still so difficult. Calm, he might get a dart up. Some pop shots
Gin
into the
plus
smoke.
milk is
Nails
jilk.
something afoot.
That doesn't sound good.
Dart. Oh man.
But is
The
he fully
reload,
convinced?
dog.
The reload gives it away, you're right.
A little fake reload there would have been so nice.
Attack is left in a 1v2.
One sight, he gets 2 free kills because Rafa is home. This round.
No, but they are all A.
It is a stack A. Last time Furia were on the anti-eco, they went A lobby. So a great call from Rafa to go the other way and having members sit outside of A as well to identify if there is a stack. That dart and Omen smoke. I think that makes it a little bit of a question.
I'm going to skip
And
through
that-
this.
Here.
Gathered by heat. He's going to get flashed off this and spawn going back and forth. Should we go
I'm
A?
not
Should
going
we
to skip
not?
through this.
It's left in the round.
Furia
Havoc
look
getting
lost.
The spike getting planted. The trick
Desperately
catching
trying
Calm.
not to get
And
eco'd.
now, Havoc has to understand that there's at least one more.
Yeah, he's pinched.
Calm's looking to chase him down. Can he settle shots with the Sheriff? Yes, he can, right
Con
between
looks
his eyes.
really good in this game, though.
But they've gotten the spike down.
Like,
they've
from a
got
mechanical
Spawn.
point of view,
Fully clearing everything
looks
out.
like he's done a
Again,
lot of work.
on the Sheriffs. The need for a play, and they're just not connecting. Unless it's Calm. But a 1v3 for a...
And he will- he does have that Cypher ultimate.
what do you think of Rafa's calling? I think
From that as well.
2 ops on the board here. The flash to get...
it looks all
Demon
right.
One on the
Like they're
aggressive line,
doing some
But the other one's towards
decent
A.
stuff.
So aggressive. Is he gonna face check this Omen?
And a
smoke
lot
with
of the stuff
Operator?
that doesn't look that
That's
good
what
is
does.
Looks like he
individual
wants to.
decision
I mean,
making
he-
from
once
people
this
like
starts fading, he
Heat
scoped in, he gets a
or
kill for sure.
MW.
He doesn't even have the dash proc. What?
Oh, this is off the cam. We saw a trap
Um,
play like this.
Paranoia off the swing, and they've overstayed their welcome. King gets
But-
2, Calm gets another.
There are rounds where they just feel slow and
play.
sluggish.
The Sova
This round they
back
just
it
get hit
all
by a
up as
trap.
well.
It's whatever. Okay, maybe they
found my wire.
could have thought about it a
Demon
little
One
bit because it's a fairly
Pushed
common
all the
trap,
way up
but
C-long as well.
I'm not going to blame Rafa for that one at
MW
all.
And Heat left to their devices. It is a free B site, but Leviathan.
The
are
trap
okay
play
with
is really
this. They'll
nice.
Play the 5v2 retake.
1000%.
There's just no way.
That's
no way.
offensive.
But yeah, they just look
Is what that is. That looked magnetic.
they just look a bit
He's gonna
meh.
get a second, and all of a sudden the security of the round continues.
I do think if they put MW, sorry, if they put Heat on Scan Initiator and they either, I don't know, put MW on Duelist and picked up a different Senti, or if they made MW learn how to play Sentinel and just swapped MW and Heat's roles, and MW ended up being alright at it, I think you would have a like decent, competent team. Like they wouldn't get many wins, but they'd be like
if they want to win this.
Alright, you know?
3 for King. Way closer than it should have been, but Lev gets a 10.
Yeah, it seemed like he had a chance too. Just a little bit of
The problem is as well though, I don't know if he can play Sova.
Mechanical skill on this
Because I think last year he basically only played Fade.
team of Furia. It's been upgraded so heavily
So
with his pickup.
Lev's still hanging on to this lead. A lot of noise towards C.
Yeah.
he might just like they might just not have a Sova player on the
Dart
team.
scans both players on site, and Havoc punishes. Khalil does too. They've gotten everything they want.
Let's have a look at this from the defense point of view.
It's been upgraded so heavily with his pickup.
Demon
Lev's
1 is
still hanging
upping.
on to this lead. A lot of noise towards C.
Yeah.
Tex was trying to put down his cam at the beginning of the round, I think. They fall
Big
back.
change of pace.
Paranoia used.
Fast rush.
Tex goes to swing off King's Paranoia.
Dart scans both players
Does manage to get in front,
on site, and Havoc
but gets cleared by the Sova ult.
punishes.
Demon 1 tries to run through the smoke to help his team. Gets killed by the Jet.
Khalil does too. They've gotten everything they want.
Just literally everything goes wrong for them there. Yeah, I mean, the Paranoia misses the Jet, who's scaling. Tex gets hit by the third pulse of the Sova ult. Demon 1 can't really flood with an op, but he tries to help his team. And Tex runs forward, so Tex isn't even in a position to help Demon 1.
Are ending as soon as they.
Very slow.
Furia just stick around.
Not
Calm is just
not an
on
inspiring
one.
C
23.
defense, but I can
This
see
is
what
a
the players were going
crazy
for.
form that
They just had a bit of a wrong read on what Furia
Weird
were
buy here for
up
Lev.
to.
The setup for a push mid.
But
And it's
also,
perfect.
okay, you just fight mid one round and it works and you're straight back in the
Spring.
game, so whatever, I guess.
B window. Maybe a little bit too confident. Often. Sight line in the back. But it's a dash short.
Stunts traded and both jets are close. They're right here. Now they've invested the rolling
So
thunder
we'll see.
to get up high, and we're guessing as to what happened, but Demon.
But it's a dash short.
Stunts traded and both jets are close. They're right here. Now they've invested the rolling thunder
So we'll see.
to get up high, and we're guessing as to what happened, but Demon 1 wins the duel.
That was really weird. Like, Demon 1 updrafted as if he got hit by the breach ult. Like his own breach ult. I was confused for a second there. I thought he got hit by the breach ult. But he just updrafted over the archway and then pushed with Natank's breach ult.
Oh,
Demon 1 happened.
Heat goes down,
Oh.
and this might be the finishing touches on the map. The weapon has been upgraded, and now the side is theirs to take. Rafa left
This
in
map was
1v3
closer
with
than
ults
I
in hand
remember
and
it
Spike.
being.
A second consideration of the plant.
I remembered that Com won a bunch of
He's got some
clutches,
time to play this out.
but I didn't remember that
ultimate
Furia
available as
straight
well.
up
If you get a
outplayed
pick,
Lev in a few of
Maybe
these
invests it.
rounds.
Maybe clutches it out.
That's such a tough decision.
It would have to be a split second one at that.
50 seconds left.
He still has enough time to.
The individual players
Try to get
definitely
a
do
pick
look
before he
lost
goes for
on
this
a
fight
few of the
plan.
I mean,
rounds.
he could
Yeah.
also leave.
Oh, he's done.
The like
He's
lurk
done.
plays,
Doing it like that.
the
All
lurk
of a
plays
sudden
look
it's
a
split
bit
and
tragic.
Fracture if it goes there. He's gonna be a demonic presence in the server.
Relatively quiet. Return to the stage for the 2023 Champs MVP.
Penny was one of the most inconsistent
That's
players
Sendo lever in this fight.
Yeah, they're trying to set him up right now.
when
All
he was
this
playing back on like version 1.
for Demon 1, he's gonna
Did
be
he
the
play on
front line
C9
here.
for a while or something as well?
He does break that drone.
And there's a lot of presence.
But
I mean, all
if
4 of them are
he's
here.
if he's
They
been
wanna
playing
take
for
this fight.
a long time at a good level in
Most
tier
teams in
2,
this
then
situation would
yeah,
take that C site for free.
probably deserves a shot in tier 1.
That's why you see King use that ultimate, but he knows no one's there. Now, doubt in the minds of Leviathan.
Oh no, by process of elimination, they have to understand it's C, and that's why they're starting to huddle up that way. The smoke first out, but the dash through. Disrespecting the early bit of utility and investing some of their own. That TP back from Khalil could be everything.
They literally breach halted
MW's
their
down.
own Omen.
Heat is too. But again, he's got to be pacing about this. He's got to accelerate.
I don't think I saw that when I watched this live. They
Now,
Omen
doubt in the minds
ult
of
to
Leviathan.
take
Oh no, by process of
the
elimination, they
A
have to understand it's
link
C, and that's why they're
control,
starting to huddle up that
and
way.
they
The smoke
breach
first out, but
ulted
the
their
dash
own
through.
Omen. Look,
Disrespecting the early bit of
there's the breach ult to clear all the 3 of these players, and then the Omen ult is supposed to come through the back and, like, you know, pinch these players in the connector,
utility and investing some of their own. That TP back
and
from
they just fucking ulted their own Omen.
Khalil could be
So
everything.
now Khalil's just like
MW's down. Heat
stuck.
is too. But again, he's got to be pacing about this.
He's
He's got to
just
accelerate
stuck.
this if he wants to make a play.
Player
He's
standing.
the last player
It's
alive.
just too little and it's just too late.
That's so sad.
Khalil, the 1v4, now spotted, now positioned, given away, but he's stunned and he's dealt with.
That's so sad. That is so sad. What time and day is it right now? It is the 30th of January
Map
at
one.
about 11 p.m. Okay, map 1 and then map 2. Dude, I remember map 2 vividly though. I don't really give a shit about watching map 2. No, you know what? I will watch map 2 and we're going to hyper focus on Demon 1's raise.
Okay, they baited it out. Now you don't have it for the retake. So many different ways you have to approach it. But Leviathan, that'd be a very bad start.
I'm trying to think about the last time
Okay,
we
so
saw
Demon 1
Split that
raise
didn't have at least
buys
one breach.
Boombot and Ghost on pistol.
It's been a little while.
Walking up mid.
Yeah, that smoke towards Mail suggests that they want to go into ropes. Khalil's on the other
The
side,
tank
but he's
is
not around for
entering.
long.
You know how risky it is to walk through that
Why?
mid-smoke?
Who knows what's waiting on the other side? Great kill from Tex as well.
Sagewall used B, but it's already a 5v3 for the attacking side. Leviathan, they've looked so sharp so far.
I just watched the
Tex just
G2 and
one
Lev
tap, Havoc
VODs,
and Amen.
sizable yeet, nothing else.
Wasn't even close. But again, just to talk about that walk through the mid smoke, if there's a setup there, if there's firepower behind it, you're dead. It's such a gamble. And sometimes that's what these pistol rounds come down to.
Where did he use his Boombot though?
Okay, they
As well. Khalil's on.
yeah.
It's been a little while.
Or Hiteo.
Yeah, that smoke towards Mail suggests that they want to go into ropes. Khalil's on
Jeez.
the other side.
Oh, he used the Boombot into the B Heaven male smoke. So he wasn't even ready to trade out in a tank.
But he's not around for long.
You know how risky it is to walk through that mid smoke?
Who knows what's waiting on the other side? Great
I don't know
kill
why
from
Lev
Tex as well.
did that on the pistol.
Sagewall used B,
It
but
worked, so you
it's
can't be
already
too
a
mad at it.
5v3 for the
But that was a
attacking side.
really, really weird way of taking mid on a pistol
Leviathan.
round. 0 pieces of Sage utility used. Sorry, 0 pieces of Sky utility used. No Boombot used for vent. No nade used for vent. Just literally smoke off male and walk into vent. And then just right click the guy to death with a Sky entry. It's like the weirdest way of taking mid.
They've looked so sharp so far. I mean, Tex just one tap, Havoc and A main. Wasn't even close.
Very
But
odd.
again, just to talk about that walk through the mid smoke, if there's a setup there, if there's firepower behind it, you're dead.
America's matches
such a
tomorrow are
gamble.
bangers, yep.
And sometimes
Yep.
that's what these pistol rounds come down to.
And if they consistently fall your way, then
Yeah.
I
sure.
don't know why it's better at ESMB
That Sage wall breaking is
I
going to be
might
key
try
for
using it,
everybody to do the B execute.
instead of my normal camera.
And this is just going to be so hard to retake.
I didn't
into.
realize
King
it was so
still
much
has
higher
that
quality.
Omen flash. This
It
dog
might be
is clearing out
because
a lot of
like
space.
the
Only a
normal
raised
setup I
data
use is a
dog gets to take
DSLR, but
sight.
it doesn't have.
The dog may have even gotten
Um,
a little bit of suspicion.
It just
for
has a
where
stock
Rafa is.
lens on
Yeah.
it, so maybe the
Still
lens isn't
choosing to
good
play in the
enough.
smoke though.
This is a full post plant
Spike
setup
planted.
right now. Furia, all they have is a molly and 2 heals, man. You gonna heal your way into the site, Doug?
Can't imagine that'll work. That flash is set up for a little bit of a swing. Calm and Demon 1, ex-teammates reunited. Side by side.
Pistol round was a room.
Smooth and
Stepped up huge joining this. He's made that change. Looks so good.
Did Demon One not buy Boombot
Of
this
his
round?
crosshair, he will take you out.
You're cooked.
Okay, so he's gone
And he
Guardian,
stepped up
full
huge joining
armor,
this
no
team, and he's
Boombot,
another
and
player
one
that
blast
everybody
pack.
was sleeping on, honestly.
he
Tier
he
2
has
duelist for
one
the guard
blast
going
pack.
over to a sentinel
I mean,
role.
not that it matters too much this round, but no Boombot on attack side
He's
split
made
is a
that
bit
change.
crazy.
Looks so good.
That's a bit crazy.
A 1-3-1 approach for Furia.
A little bit of curiosity.
That flash, identifying that there are at
Trusting
least
his aim.
some players.
I
in
mean,
mid.
trusting two-tapping people
That
to the
prompts
body,
walk up
I
in
think.
mid.
If
Yeah,
you're buying
someone
a
threw one
Guardian
for
on an
left.
anti-eco round, you're
They've
not
gotten
aiming for
so
the head.
far up off the dog to clear out ropes.
Shouldn't be.
So smart.
But again, it's a curiosity from
Just
Furia
blap,
that
blap
has
them.
them here still. Off of the contact, you imagine there's a flash set up, but patience.
Calm knows.
Really
man.
good from Comp. He can just
He's left
tell the rest of
alone.
his team
He's
to
got a lot
react
to deal
there.
with on his own. But I love how they
In
play
they
that. He
go.
didn't really have a weapon that you wouldn't mind dropping.
Yeah, they don't care if he falls there. Same with Tex. Both players
See,
playing
this is where
isolated.
Demon One should really be taking
If either
space on
drops,
site,
they'll
I
just
think.
react the other way.
Like,
And those, I mean,
that spot right there is where I'd like to see Demon One actually go into sight with the flash. Make sure that he's defending the tank, and then they still have two players in heaven. And if they need to, Demon One can fall back. And instead, Demon One just kind of like, you know, sits in heaven and. I mean, the flash doesn't connect with
just
anybody.
shows some of the preparation and
So
how
they're pretty
thoroughly
confident that
Limited
the
Thunder are
tank
thinking
is
about the
fine,
game.
but
How many times have we seen a player isolated with the wrong gun?
Yeah.
It
I'd
gets
like to
picked
see
up
him
by the
being
other team, and all of a
doing a
sudden,
bit more, moving a bit more in
knows
those
what
kind of
happens?
situations.
Smart investments. It's just going to be a shooting range here for King with this Guardian. Having to play a little bit of duck hunt.
Do they
which
know
roll-
the site's empty? Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. I thought they still were missing one.
They've had it up. Tex.
Enemy remaining.
He's going to try to finish out this round by himself. Havoc does take him out, though.
progress towards the ult.
Yeah. Hey, this time around,
That is the case. He is the tip of the.
he slotted into this raise with the structure that Leviathan already has on a map like this can really make him shine. We're going to have to find out.
We will see if that is the case. He is the tip of the spear so far. Flashes, but no speeding up behind it. No satchels out. Nothing of the sort. As Heat has been perfectly segmented, playing in between the walls, and the spam out from Havoc will punish.
One of the three phantoms from the side of Furia. It is going to be an upgrade of the Vandal onto Demon One, though. Doesn't have any more armor. Those Phantom sprays chipping away. A big head-to-head here, Khalil. You got to be careful here,
Con
man. If
looks
you
so
fall,
good.
You're giving a way back in for Leviathan.
Doing
The
a
fact
lot.
that he jump peeked that after was
Crazy.
bold.
Yeah.
Demon One does look a bit
All
like
you have to have.
timid
Again, a spam kill.
to take fights.
Spam kill, that smoke going up a little too late. Could have definitely worked against Heat.
He was dueling with a
It's a little bit
Guardian though
fortunate
at
there.
Ram.
Fury have the advantage, but
Dunno.
the round is far from secure.
Crazy.
He also doesn't use a single piece of utility up to this point in the round.
Bold.
Yeah.
It's like a minute in, and he hasn't
you
used
have
his
to-
nade, he hasn't used his boom bot, he hasn't. And then he just gets spammed. I mean, this is, you know, this is whatever. But
Again, a spam
are you
kill.
really
Spam
hunting
kill,
for
that smoke
ramp
going up a
pressure
little
if
too
you're not
late.
gonna
Could have definitely worked against Heat.
boom bot or
Gets a
nade
little
or
bit
something
fortunate
to
there.
try to draw a player out?
Fury have the advantage, but the round is far from secure. Proactively taking some of this space towards A. This fight is big. Comp has to win this out. Instead, the Satchels trying to dissuade and trying to push them back. They know where the hit is going to be coming from. 13 seconds left. Looking to find a way to commit. If Havoc plays his timing perfectly, he can secure the round on his own. But it's only one kill found.
Not a lot of time.
Reinforcements arriving as King holds the line. 3 on the round for him. Khalil left in a 1v2. Down spots a gun.
My God.
He missed that one. we'll catch that one next time.
He's built different.
2 Buckies
No,
for
not
Furia
falling asleep, I was typing notes on my phone.
in the hands of Heat and MW.
And Lev have just been outplaying Furia on both attacking halves. And this time it's not that crazy of clutches. I mean, yeah, King had a big moment right
Boombot.
there.
Another Boombot usage.
But it's not a 1v2 from Calm that wins you the pistol round. It's
We're
way
in
more
round
clean.
4 and Demon 1 has used one piece of utility, I think. Am I wrong?
Like Fury,
Did he use the nade in round 2? Oh, he did. He used the nade.
He's left alone. He's got a lot to deal with on his own. But I love how they play that. He didn't really have a weapon that you wouldn't mind dropping.
yeah, they don't.
Okay,
combos,
round
but
2 he
some-
used nade.
Way into the smoke, clearing out to be the key.
Round
Sometimes-
1 he used
again-
nade Boombot. Okay. Wait, sorry. Scandalous. He's used 2 nades and 1 Boombot.
On both of them, that wins you the pistol round. It's way more clean.
Did he spot heat? I don't think so.
I feel like Furia maybe.
No, he
bit
didn't
of those
use one
nerves setting
satchel.
in. First match,
He
ECT,
only bought one satchel
he
that
just
round.
flew in, like you stated.
That's why he only had one.
Yeah, they haven't been here long.
Why is
Yeah,
that an
they were
important
forced
thing
to
to
field
note?
a sub-roster.
It's not unless
they
it
did
becomes a pattern
exceptionally
of him
well, by
not
the way.
using very much util,
Someone
and
sign
I
those guys.
suspect
But
it will be a
They
pattern.
didn't play.
And also starting on the defensive side.
'Cause when I
matches in a
watched
row,
this
you're not
live-
really able to set.
When I watched this live, my takeaway impression from Demon 1 was, I think he could be doing exactly what he's doing on basically any agent in the game. I don't think it has much to do with him playing Raze. Not that it was a bad thing that he was playing Raze. It just didn't seem to matter. So I want to pay attention to exactly what he's doing and whether that vague impression that I had is actually reasonable.
Any type of pace, you're kind of playing to the other team's will.
Because, like, again, we're a minute into the round right now and he hasn't used any pieces of
They're
util.
going to challenge us, MW, Bucky.
I just don't think he quite realizes how much
Little bit of a
Raze can
misfire there.
set himself up for
It was
kills.
too deep. I don't think he caught him.
He
MW
didn't.
gets 2.
He literally didn't use a single piece of util.
It was too deep. I don't think he
Oh, well, no, I guess he used the nade, right? Technically. He threw it as he died.
caught him. MW gets 2. And now the flash in the smoke. The reaggress.
Entering with a nade in
They're
his hand.
TPing out. I don't know that that was the plan, but this has worked out nicely. The problem is he's by himself, and they're not fully convinced that that's where it is. So all of the defense is heading A.
Yeah,
but the
not
spike being
not
planted
boombotting
B.
close, not Raze nading hell,
gonna be
just
so hard
kind
to
of
pull
fucking
off if you're
chucking the
Furia.
nade in as
Heat
he
has
runs into
upgraded
the
a weapon.
smoke.
MW has as well.
Does have that Viper spit
So-
still online. King still has the paranoia.
It's just gone from impossible to unlikely, but there's still a chance. Com's timing is gorgeous. Tex is there with him.
Player standing.
To back Eve. The economy all of a sudden for Leviathan
Early round boombot.
dwindling down.
Haven't seen people use boombot there since genuinely fucking 2021.
Eyes on Demon 1
That
here.
is that's an old
A little bit
boombot
of
spot.
exploring towards mid, and again, it's the Frenchman who punishes first.
Does not get
Heat
very
has
much
been getting
value
taken out in this vent area, either 1-for-1 or
Uh-huh.
in that
just dropping
position.
for free a lot.
Which is fine if you're running a double control comp like they are, but it's still far from ideal.
Wait, he used a
Getting
satchel as
taken
well.
out in this vent
Towards mid, and again, it's the Frenchman who punishes first.
Is it just better to clear heaven or something? Yeah, most people don't use the boombot over towards B main very much these days. At least not like straight start of round rip like that, because there's good ways of being able to control B main without using such a big piece of util. And the boombot is really good for being able to clear like vent, being able to clear smokes, being able to clear multiple corners as you're going into positions like B heaven, like hell, through heaven, like that kind of stuff. So that's why you tend not to use it there.
Heat has been getting taken out in this vent area, either 1-for-1 or
Uh-huh.
just dropping for free a lot.
Which is
So-
fine if you're running a double control comp like they are, but it's still far from ideal.
Used
Yeah.
a satchel there to
I mean,
make sure that they weren't getting
That wall
pushed.
is great.
Used another satchel to get
For
on
a little
top.
bit of delay, but Demon 1 getting
He's
over the
actually
top
going to
of
use
that.
every piece of
But
util
honestly,
this
it
round.
did what it needed to do. They weren't able to fully continue to flood out. It was just enough
Yeah,
of a pause for him
nade
to be
as
able to
well.
punish from
Every
screen.
piece of
Or from
util.
Swan, excuse me.
Yeah, and for Khalil to sneak out here onto the actual site itself.
Exactly. Rafa's still in a very good spot. Khalil is finding value off of that peak, but that double face like that, Demon 1 again, finding a
Out here onto the actual site.
did what it needed to do. They weren't able to fully continue to flood out. It was just enough of a pause for him to be able to punish from screens. Or from Swan, excuse me.
Yeah, and for Khalil to sneak out here onto the actual site itself.
Exactly. Rafa's still in a very good spot. Khalil is finding value off of that peak, but that double face like that, Demon 1 again, finding another
Enemy remaining.
king up in heaven.
Just
Rafa's
also like
still in a very good spot.
the way that he.
And it was just enough of a pause for him to be able to punish from screens. Or from Swan, excuse me.
Yeah, and for Khalil to sneak out
Look at him here. Like you see Demon 1 here.
here
He's
onto
dropped down. He's crouch peeking into screens. He knows that nobody can be A main. He knows that somebody's gone towards elbow, but that should be covered by comm, right? So Demon 1 only has to look towards screens right now. And I think a lot of Raze players would be looking for a timing-based play right now to find like a nice peek into the screens guy.
the actual site.
Demon 1 falls back and waits for a buddy system with Tex, which is very disciplined of him. And then when Com dies, they actually take their attention away from screens because
Rafa's still in a
it's now
very good
smoked off as well. And they're worried about the
spot.
elbow
Khalil
push.
is finding
It's very much like letting the game come to you kind of play, you know? Like Demon 1 at no point there tries to push pressure onto Rafa. He never tries to get the swing onto the opponent. He's just holding, waiting to see if Rafa makes a bad peek, buddying up with a teammate so that he's in a 2v1 against everybody, covering a different angle, and he gets rewarded for it.
value.
Khalil ends up peeking into him, and then Demon 1 realizes the other player's probably going to try to trade, and so he spams into the smoke and gets rewarded again. It's a very different, more passive way of playing Duelist.
But that double face like that, Demon 1 again, finding another
But as you see in this round,
King up
it's
in
not
heaven.
like it can't get value.
TP. Not followed. MW, a 1v3.
30 seconds
It's
left.
just a very safe style of
Such
play.
a storied player in a clutch situation, but not able to contain
Risk
the shots.
averse.
And Lev get another round.
It's always those ones that are the hardest. King not looking at you at all. He drops, does a
Yeah,
little
I
180
don't
on
think
you.
it is inherently bad. It's just you are going to miss some opportunities.
Just finished my 60-page bachelor thesis 10 hours before the deadline after doing an all-nighter. I am dead and want to sleep, but I still have to go to print it out, hand it over, then I'm going to meet a friend and then I have a concert in the evening. I'm gonna die, aren't I?
Why on earth would you plan to meet a friend and go to a concert after the deadline for your bachelor thesis that you knew you were going to be cramming for? Why would you schedule your life like that, Mike? That, I mean, you've made it. You've. I'm going to the concert. I can't postpone it. I mean, then you're gonna have a great time, I'm sure. You're gonna have a great time.
On the last match, and
Across the board, and it really
maybe this time he'll play a little bit more passive.
Demon 1 holds B main
But if he gets taken out again,
on a
he's really just dying by
super
the
safe
sword.
angle. Peeks onto the
Khalil
normal
on this
angle.
off angle is just tricky to deal with.
Com
But you're
swings.
in a one and done.
See, this spot I don't quite understand as well. Why is Com first one around the corner here?
But if he gets taken out again, he's really just dying by
I
the
don't
sword.
really get it.
Khalil on this off angle is just tricky to deal with.
But fine,
you're in a one
Demon
and
1 gets
done.
the trade.
No one's here. Look at the rotation on the mini-map now. Members will be here close
Blast
enough
packs
for the
in to
retake, but
pillar,
this nade will delay it.
nade. I mean, that's all good stuff. That's all good
textbook.
stuff.
The paranoia out, the double satchels and the nade, but now Fury can try to flood him behind it. The
Ult
Seeker
to
is
stop
popped, but the
Furia from
rocket is
flooding.
Perfect for the delay.
Yeah.
It's
He
nice.
doesn't even need to do anything
This
off
is the best round we've seen from
Just
Demon
the
1 on
fear
Raze so far.
alone of popping that ultimate Look at how much space
He doesn't
he's gathered.
actually
He has
need to
all of
shoot the
spawn
ult
even.
even there.
I mean, he had Cabbage in
Honestly,
the
it's
zone
better
he
that
can
he
follow.
doesn't, because he doesn't give away his position.
Now he's been inserted so deep. Demon 1. His kill is big and it's snappy.
And that's definitely the best
Rafa
round
down.
we've seen from him.
Furia down.
Just easy work right now for Leviathan. Khalil, he's so far pushed up. Again, these 1v1 exchanges. Yeah, he gets a kill, but the trade is right there.
I got
from left.
promoted 2 hours ago.
And then it's a free
Congratulations,
B site.
Samari.
And you just look at the mini-map and
Sam,
you
thank
just
you for
know
the 5
round's gonna
gifteds
be
as
really
well.
difficult.
Yeah, you're forcing yourself
That's
in,
very
in
kind
a
of you.
heroic situations
Yeah.
there, right? At best, he gets maybe 2, right? But that's still so hard to
Congratulations on
demand
the
from your players.
promotion.
Difficult to see it, and I think right now you're seeing the problem with running a Sage instead of a Cypher. You can't really fall
How long
back
is it
on
until
that
your
utility,
deadline,
even the
Mike?
info that the cam can get on this map. On the
I would be
defensive
very.
side is so
Do you live
valuable.
with somebody that could like guaranteed wake you up so you don't miss your
Haven't really
deadline?
seen
When you have a
Leviathan are
super important deadline like that, I would be loath to go to sleep in case I didn't wake up in time as well.
I haven't really seen too much benefit from running.
I've got no idea, Kukaruli, to be honest. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Maybe think about signs that you would want to make while you're there. Something like that. Otherwise, just chill. Have a good time.
The Sage in this composition for the way that Leviathan are playing. I mean, you're walling certain areas off, I get it, but I think the way that
Yeah, the signs and
Leviathan
pens are at the
taking
venue.
their time with certain areas of the map.
But if you
taking
want certain
space
colors or something, maybe
with
you'd have to
one
bring them
another,
yourself. I'm
it's
not sure.
really getting the value. Even when he used it in that vent area, it got broken instantly.
Busted by for the defense. A little bit of presence mid, and again, it's Heat who's
Demon 1
who's been picked on.
alone on A in this
Oh,
round.
no way.
Oh, is he going to TP behind them? Is there a flash setup? There was.
Yeah, a little flash there.
And
It's actually quite a nice
Heat's
setup.
down.
I do
That
like that
smoke was
setup, the
still
TP
popped
into
up
the
on
corner.
his screen, but it wasn't for Leviathan members. A good reaction from Furia, though.
Yeah, a little bit of push and pull. Now Rafa, only one found. Havoc falls 2.
Gets caught switching his weapon.
And now the site is open
This feels like the kind of round
Fury in a
that you would
position, though.
see from
to maybe make something out of this.
EG
A rifle
in the
for
past.
MW, a rifle for Khalil.
where Demon 1 is the only
This
player
fight
in
is
A
everything,
main.
though, and
So they're
it's,
like,
again,
insert Demon
it's
1 at
set
the start of the
apart. I mean,
round,
it's
and then they
alone.
push the
MW
rest of the
tries
players
swinging
into
that.
Demon
Khalil
1.
hasn't even gotten halfway across the map yet.
Not
just
that it
feel like
necessarily worked like
The
that,
members
but
of Furia just a little bit out of it at this moment. Maybe
a similar concept.
feeling that
Are imposing their will upon Furia.
Like they put Demon 1 over towards A main at the beginning of the round, and then they go 3 up mid, and they go through vent, and if there's somebody playing ramp, they fall back, and Demon 1 can just snack on them with his better aim. And if they don't, you know, they go for the heaven exec, and maybe if there's like people out in the open, Demon 1 can eat them up as well from here. It's like Demon 1 is playing almost like the lurk late backstab duelist, which he used to do actually quite a lot on Ascent playing Jet. It was a very unusual way of playing Ascent that they went for on EG, but it worked really well for them. So
It's an op in the
something
hands
a
for Rafa.
little similar there, a little similar.
Maybe this is the response to some of that mid-aggression, but Demon 1 is one of his own, and it's towards B, and that thing can still sing.
that was so
Why the
fast.
fuck is Demon 1 attack hopping?
I don't
doesn't
think
make
Khalil
sense.
even saw him on his screen. That's how quick that shot was.
It only makes sense because it's Demon 1.
It's a notable investment that Furia put into this op as well.
And another first blood. So risky of Heat to
The
jump
next
spot
map
that
pool will
angle.
be great for
You know
Demon
an
1's
op just
Jet.
killed your teammate.
Icebox Haven
Viper's
Ascent
Pit
Pearl.
invested.
Yeah.
He's not having none of that.
Still confident in their ability to win this round. Furiathon double down.
Attack
Doug,
op
even
works
that
in
jiggle
pro
right there to
games
spot out
because
somebody
people's
close. I mean,
reaction
that is
times are
just-
amazing and they're playing on LAN.
Lav are on another level
Fucking
right now.
good luck doing it in your
Good res.
That's now
Good
the
luck doing
second
it
ult
in
they
your,
put into
um,
this, and we're
ranked
back on equal
games.
footing.
It's almost
Everyone's
always a
going towards
throw.
this vent to A.
It's a deep smoke. Havoc's ult. Oh, it's so good. So good. Connects onto 2.
Going towards this vent to A.
It's a deep smoke. Havoc's ult. Oh, it's so good. So good. Connects onto 2.
30
I mean, they've clawed their way back into this one. It seemed like a done deal, but Havoc gets 4 and Furia get their second.
I don't think that's.
Perfectly timed rocket. You saw.
I
he
don't
was
think
not-
that's
way
on
back into this-
Demon 1 there. It's just that
Onto 2.
it's not on Demon 1. It is a little bit strange that Demon 1 is like the last player of the pack that travels through mid. He's literally at the back of the 4 players. But I think that's because King calls to accelerate as soon as the res happens over towards B. And Demon 1 had the attacking op until he threw it to Natank. So it just like slowed him down. But I think that's a pretty unfortunate readable macro straight into the Raze rocket. You're not going to do too much about that.
30
I mean, they've clawed their.
Dialed in on that A main. He,
Listen,
yeah.
I mean, it was a Rocket that won it, but it was far more competitive because of that.
Fake ult.
Denying all of that B forced them into A.
Look at what they just tried doing. They dropped a deep smoke into spawn and then popped the fake TP ult. Now look at what MW has to do. They just have to dog their own spawn.
And that gives you practically a free B site. It's going to be the head-to-head. Havoc does win it against the...
Ult. Now look at what MW has to do. They just have to dog their own spawn.
And
Double
that gives
blast
you
pack,
practically
nade.
a free B site. It's going
And then trying to find the entry.
to be the head-to-head. Havoc does win it against Demon 1.
But
I don't play enough Raze, man, but I feel like... Are you not boom button in that situation? It feels like a good time for one. But maybe I don't know enough about Raze. What is this? Anti-balding agent exploded in my suitcase all over my trousers. See you tomorrow for G2 Lev. What the fuck? What the hell did you have in there? What the hell did you have in there? I mean, that's so much liquid all over both sets of trousers. That's crazy. What do you mean? It's your anti-balding conditioner. What the fuck is anti-balding conditioner?
if they can't win these fights on site, none of it's gonna matter. Leverage deep into their playbook, but only 1 kill found. And the thing is, they don't really have control over the site right now either. It's King left in a 1v3. And Fury
You
got
need
back
it? It's
up.
too late for me, man. It's too late for me.
It was a cool play. It was a good
I can't get
ruse.
any value out of the non-balding conditioner. What's it gonna do?
That secured.
The people who sell that stuff wouldn't even dream of talking to me about it. Dr. Groot's scalp revitalizing solution. And this is what's all over your trousers right now. The miracle in the shower treatment.
Absolute crackhead idea for Bren. Wear the pants on your tomorrow so it works while you cast.
Wear the pants on your tomorrow so it works while you cast. But he's not going to wear the pants on his head. And he
It's
doesn't
not
want
too
to.
late.
Surely it's not
This
to
time, 3
avoid going
members in
bald
mid
on
to
your
deal with this
pubes.
default.
The op again for Rafa.
Havoc Haven't seen him get a kill on it yet. Leviathan understanding where the Sage is now in B Heaven.
I like this TP flash play they're doing in mid.
I mean, essentially using so many pieces of utility. What is that random swing from MW into the Viper wall?
Why
Maybe
why
he
was
trying
why
to
is
line
Demon
up a
1 not
timing with
swinging
Havoc, but it
with
just
King
wasn't
here?
there.
Jaws comes off the angle.
You hate to see it. And Havoc, oh my gosh.
To timing it out on his side, and now Havoc, you're right.
Everyone getting timing right now.
In a
Where's
world
Demon
of
1
hurt,
going?
Manages to satchel away. And gets
Demon
a
1
spam
has the
shot in
spike.
exchange.
Are they not
Sure.
ending
Yeah,
A?
good, man.
Why not?
Good
they
for you,
ending
Havoc.
B?
Good for you, man. That's insane. Even numbers, just like that.
That pesky little wall still causing problems towards B.
But they're gonna see that Rafa is on the
I have
island here,
no idea,
and they have a
Bozif.
free B site.
I have
They're
no
going
idea.
down on this, even though they know the rotations are coming over back B. Tex is a little bit behind on this, but they've invested the pit.
If you're really close by, it might be
Spike
worth
finally
trying,
down.
but
And Khalil is ahead of this in
I-
the pit already.
I doubt it.
Looking to make a play.
I think they sell all of
Continuing
their
to push
tickets
forward.
online.
Com waiting on the other side with Shorty in hand. He's been in the pit so long, the decay has surely got him down to nothing. Situation on a knife's edge. Again, keep an eye on Khalil. He's starting to flank around. Tex waiting on the other side. Havoc is now dealt with. He's now down.
Very nice from Com. Do you know the internet promotional code? Yes, I do, Mr. Brennan. Would you like me to give it to you? I will send it to you on the Discord. It's very different to what it used to be. I have sent it to you.
Falling early like that, you feed Texas all.
And his ego.
And his ego. What a funny guy.
Fast towards A here. Really fast towards
I just,
A. But MW
like,
is going-
every time we see some kind of skirmish, King is entering. Or, like, Natank or Com even sometimes is entering. It's never Demon 1.
gone unchecked. I thought the flash was going to be good, but the reinforcements are better.
Com doing the classic. Lurk in mid. Seekers pop. Tex hasn't skipped a beat.
Oh,
another headshot.
The alpha male strikes again.
Yeah, he does. Maybe once more.
Flash up in heaven. Khalil disposed of. And this is surely
And
a
situations
save.
like that are so weird. Because if you go back to here,
This is all.
And his ego.
they have a dog.
His ego.
Okay.
What a funny guy.
They paranoia, but like Demon 1 is not close enough to be able to hold this angle. No one's holding this angle. King is throwing paranoia, but he's the furthest one forwards. It's like, it's exactly the kind of dysfunctional play you would expect when a team doesn't put their duelist at the front of the pack.
Fast towards A here, really fast towards A, but MW
And nobody's
is
in a
unchecked.
position to fight.
I thought the flash was going to be good, but the
Tex hasn't skipped a beat.
Oh. And this is surely a save. This is the round.
And it's not like they're doing
Level
that every
gets
time.
And it really
but
just looks like Furia has to do the
it just
absolute
doesn't
most
look
in order
right.
to win rounds.
it doesn't
Leviathan
look
make it
right.
easy. Their trades are on point. Tex is confident now. He's just taking things into his own hands as well. This is why you see duelist players switching over to that Sentinel role for those 50-50s. Because you get to go and see mid.
But it's actually Havoc. Last round of the half.
Oh, man.
There's a rocket kill you were looking for, but it's actually Havoc.
No
who
raise
lands it.
rocket attempt outplay there from Demon 1.
They
He
drop
just
a little
fucking
aggression and they punish.
dies. But
Lev caught
fair
asleep
enough,
at the
that's a
wheel, and now on their back
pretty
foot.
advanced thing.
You don't get many shots like that.
Good bait
What do I
one
think
way.
in the tank? He looks pretty good.
Once mid presence is shown from Furia, that's going to be
He
Texas
looks
Q to maybe walk up a little
pretty
bit.
fast. He
Try to find
looks
a kill on
like
that A main.
he's on the same page
was
as the
able to
rest of
do
the
that,
team.
Maybe you split into A at that moment.
Pretty aggressive
But the
for a Sky
proactivity from
player
Fury on this defensive
must
side
be
is looking
said,
really good.
but-
They pushed all the way through B.
and a
Should
Breach
cause
player,
a
I
heavy
suppose.
lean towards A.
But
Smoke is
he,
late.
he
Rafa's
wasn't.
timing could
He
be
wasn't
huge
into.
here.
Oh,
Move, man.
yeah. Get out of my way, bro.
There's the timing. Oh, but he was looking the wrong way. And now they're going to rotate back into it as the smoke goes down. Gunfire erupts.
I mean, that is
and
just
King walks away on
that's a
top.
tragedy.
Free B site.
This round is a fucking tragedy.
Pop the Seeker can now to 1v3. Aggression.
Okay, let's skip this.
On this because
And I think the final
But we
score here
didn't
was
really see much of
13-6,
that.
so
Maybe towards the end
don't have
we
too
saw,
much more of this
you
to
know,
watch.
a little bit more re-aggression in that B main, but it's just too late at that point.
we've said this many a time. They need to win this pistol. There's really no other way to paint that picture. Or else,
Demon One
or else
needs
this
the
will be,
choke point.
quite frankly, a really sad debut for a team that had a lot of expectations and a lot of hopes.
And the stage wall got broken here. There's a little bit of a gap in it, but Havoc, he will take out Demon One.
Rafa took a lot of damage there, but the double heals allows him to get topped off too.
There's no choice right now.
Dodges the flash, somehow still
One enemy remaining.
what?
this
Can't
was
find
this
anything.
was a fucking silly round.
Spike planted.
King
didn't
somehow
get it.
gets that and plays
And all of
Natanki
a
in as
sudden
well.
there's a
And
shot
then
at this.
that is another lovely one.
What? They've ripped this thing back out of their hands.
How?
3.
Very, very nice 2v4 there.
Doesn't seem likely.
It's rough.
So Demon One now has one
Naked.
blast pack. And he's gone for the Guardian again.
Smoke arriving on time from King across the map. Drops 2 here.
Eco round Guardian Demon.
Only thing that's gone across is
Does he look as good as he did last year? No, not at all.
Com's in a tough
Not yet,
spot.
anyway.
The swing out, and there it is. Com's gonna fall too.
He looks a
Can he
lot
upgrade the
worse.
weapon?
Yeah, but Doug, we've seen this before. We've seen Furia be up numbers.
You're not wrong.
Do you think they can do it this time?
I don't want to answer that question. Quiet creeps across the site.
Sorry, I didn't look at how Demon One
But
died
Doug,
actually this
really-
round. So he uses the boom bot
Smoke
over
arriving
towards
on time from
lamps.
King across the map.
And then
Drops 2 here. Only thing that's gone
does he
across
just
is
get
Khalil.
domed? Oh, he
Com's in
got
a
caught
tough
by
spot, the swing
Khalil.
out, and there it is.
It's a cute
Com's gonna
idea
fall
from
too.
Khalil. Honestly,
Can he upgrade
cute
the weapon?
idea.
Yeah, but Doug, we've seen this before. We've seen Furia be up numbers.
You're not wrong.
Do you think they can?
Round win. Just do. Now it's a 2v2.
3v5 on the first.
Light armor, 5 rifles for Furia.
What's Demon One going for? Sheriff. Sheriff, no
And it's
boom
again a
bot.
lot of the same pace, but this time the paranoia from King is just so good.
Yeah, it denies all that space for the time being.
And now a second attempt from Furia to take what they were looking for at the beginning, but it's so expensive. They're having to invest so much utility.
Yeah.
Just
wall's
now
so
creeping
weird.
up.
I don't like the way it works.
They try to clear the trip. The kills, excuse me, are traded.
That's a nice nade from Demon One.
Calm arrives at the scene of the crime.
One of
but
the few
spike
times
still
where
not made its
he
way
gets a
out.
really good nade off.
Khalil once again ahead of everything, but in a position to potentially strike.
And he did just that as well, taking out the enemy Sky. And they want this so bad. They're playing it so disciplined this time around.
Khalil's really far up, as has been the case. Now committing to the spike plant.
Okay,
One rifle
so how do
on
you
the board
play
for the
this?
defense in the hands of Demon One.
Demon One has the rifle. You've used your util already. You don't have boom bot.
Not again.
So
Rafa's weak.
Com jumps through and plays Demon One in.
He's very weak.
Nice, sound baits and runs away. Where is he going?
This just gets so much harder.
Why does he
As the
run
spike
all
ticks
the way
away.
around like this?
Yeah, I think Leviathan are just going to go for exits at this point. Heat takes things into his own hands, gets proactive, kills.
I don't
Tex
really know
in the
why
vent.
Com did that. Maybe he was just worried about somebody peeking him from ramp.
Yeah, Lev, Viaton weren't going for the retake this time around. But Havoc will take a hand up
Maybe he was just going for a save right from the beginning.
in the series, Doug.
Strange.
They just haven't been able to convert.
Demon One double satchel
Deep smoke
twice
towards A.
this map, Captain Lima Bean. Twice. And it looked
Hear
alright.
that orb
It
getting
looked
picked
alright.
up.
Plenty in the series, Doug.
They just haven't been able to pick it up.
Opting to put it on the Sage. That should be called out by somebody from Leviathan. It's a heavy mid-presence.
And Lev are hell-bent on controlling this area of the map. They had the Viper Orb, they refreshed it with the Omen Smoke.
And something I want to talk about while the action isn't really happening is what Stellar was talking
Isn't
about. in
King
his
Jiggle
interview.
peeking B
Look at the
main here?
layers that Leviathan have, even in that
No,
middle.
I suppose
Viper
he's
Raleigh
not.
comes out, there's a Sky in the smoke to help you out.
Demon One needs to be focused
In the
on B
previous
heaven.
round, when Furia went heaven, you had the Omen Paranoia, you still have a trip set up. A lot of different layers in the defensive side. But Heat snags that kill and screens on the comm. Good slow, good
Flash is really nice. I thought it might be just a little short and he'd get away with it, but once they sniff him out, they hunt him down.
That was a cracked execute.
Flash is here. He's by himself, sure, but they've walled off spawn, so they're going to have to clear that out, and that's a timing window for Furia to accelerate.
Good slow, good flash.
They don't break very much of the wall. Demon One boombots into the smoke here at spawn. And then they decide to call off the retake as their 3v5.
Is really nice.
Slow over the top
Yeah,
to
I
deny.
mean, you don't have any positioning,
that's
but
anchoring in there to get out.
that's a rough call. That's a
And
rough
it seems
call.
like Lev are just going to save this one out.
Yeah, not going for the 3v5 this time. Maybe can scavenge some. Eye flash.
Here's that pop. Just satchels through the Paranoia, paving the way, and Havoc
Sage Flow's gonna take out all of heaven.
off of the flash. He's towards B here.
Demon One didn't even rebuy his second satchel.
Yeah, this is a fast.
He had one satchel left over from the previous round when he didn't have enough money, and he just didn't even bother rebuying
Sage
it.
Flow's gonna take out all of heaven.
Off of the flash, just satchels through the Paranoia, paving the way, and Havoc with the rocket. I don't think he realizes he's there on the other side. It's going to be a little too high. King playing around the box and punishing Havoc. They try to speed it up, but they run into a brick wall. But maybe the second attempt will be what breaks it. Palm double dipping, opportunistic in his swing. Again, an advantage the way of the defense. He might stick this. He knows he's there, cancels it out.
Well, Demon One knows that was a cancel.
And a freeze to the round. A minute left here.
I like this lurk smoke a lot right now. The problem here is the Cypher utility on A hasn't been trampled with at all.
Would you like to
Still
use
set
Boombot
up.
to get info instead of double swinging?
He was looking at minimap.
Sure.
He was looking at minimap.
Slow on the
Oh,
trigger.
there's a nade.
So unfortunate. You could see his head just look to the left for a moment.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
And now it's Rafa with the spike in a 1v4 up in heaven.
What really?
And so again, it seems like this highly
Oh, he
anticipated debut on the
rebought the
stage
other
for
satchel
Furia
this round.
will go down with nothing more than a whimper.
I think Furia win this one and then lose.
Wow, look at King. He's
So
ready
final
with
two
an Omen
rounds.
Flash. He was looking towards that A ramp. Had noise been made, he would have used it off the rip. But now he's a chance to use it in the mid round. That one-way cam is still up. Oh, he sees 1A main.
It's always the
I feel
theme.
worse about
Demon
Demon
One's
One's
ready.
raise
He
on the
wants
second
to go
rewatch.
right.
The first time around, I was like, okay, he wasn't doing anything flashy, but
As that orb goes up,
you know, he was just with the
I mean, the timing
team,
on that's
doing
perfect.
his job.
They're starting to rotate back mid.
But now that I'm
It's
watching
very
it
well handled.
again,
While Lever trying
there are
to
so
reclear
many
this area.
moments where
Area.
he's doing
Hello. And that's a duelist by himself.
he's making
Meanwhile,
fewer
the spike, the
actions
rest of
than you would
Fury are headed towards
expect
B.
a duelist player to
But
make.
it's delayed by the molly from Calm.
So yes, he's like
Are they gonna try to go back
holding
A?
an area
Oh,
that is
Khalil.
snappy, but he's not
Crispy
getting enough
shots, and now the
APM
Sage
in
wall up towards stairs.
to actually be
B is
providing
theirs.
the value you need.
Just busted the site wide open. Havoc can't connect.
Like he's not
But with that Sage
in
wall
one
being
area,
used in B
Boombot
heaven,
goes over
there's
to
only two
another
things you need
area,
to worry
covers
about.
that for a while, comes back to
That's
the other
Vents
one.
and Spawn.
You know, he's not like constantly moving around, constantly getting nade pressure. Like he's
And I think if
he's
history
he's
repeats
very
itself,
slow.
Levi's
He's
Hanch must be
very
going for
slow.
the save. I mean, yeah, they're not even moving at all. That's why you see Heat on the hunt.
He's like got his glue on his shoes.
Maybe he can fish out some of this weaponry.
Fury away.
Eye on the enemy. Could be
Another round where he doesn't
value.
use a
I
single
don't
piece
think
of
you gotta seal
util.
up. Could be a lot easier here on the attacking side, though. The defense has to use their bodies a lot more.
That flash is good. That flash is so damn good.
That's something that they were ready for in the previous round as well, just not from that up close and personal.
And
No,
now
I'm not
you've
going to watch
got
APAC. I'm
yourselves a
going
man
off after
down
this.
in
We'll
an
find
attack
somebody to raid.
situation With an op.
Against
mean-
the Viper's Pit in mid.
They put
Is
the op down,
Sliggy
the rock is
live?
upgraded.
I assume so,
Or
right?
upgraded, I guess,
Is
in this
TMV
case,
live?
to a Vandal. The spike out, Heat.
Why did they just double swing
In
that
mid.
again?
They put the op down, the rock
They
is
just
upgraded.
pick a timing?
Or upgraded, I guess, in this case, to a
Yep,
Vandal.
they just picked the timing to swing ramp. And by the look of it, lined up. And that could have been a nice timing to go for like a blast pack peak. But also, why do you need to re-clear A ramp on this timing? You already got a kill over towards A ramp. You're in a 5v4 setup. You have a Viper's Pit down with a trip in mid. Like, why do you need this info, King? I think that's just a bad call from King. It's not really Demon One's fault. But it is another round where he dies without using a single piece of
Getting a
util.
couple of kills, but the spike's on the other side and it's by itself. And now they're in a really awkward situation. Do they hit the res? Do they try to rotate back? They've lost control A. And take a look at Comp's position.
He's playing this so well. Rafa needs to get this res off before it's
Jim
too
Bob
late.
Joe, what's up? What's up?
Looking to put him away, and he does.
Okay, so overall, how many rounds were played? 19 rounds were played. Okay, so he used Boombot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Used Boombot 9 out of 19. So about half of the rounds he used Boombot. He used his nade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 out of 19 rounds. And he used blast packs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds. But he didn't use a single blast pack on defense side. Only on attack. But they, I mean, how many defense rounds did they play? 13 through 19. Is that 6 rounds? No, that's 7 rounds, right? Because it's inclusive. 13 to 19 inclusive. So 7 rounds. So on defense side, he used nade used nade and Boombot 3 out of 7 rounds. That seems really bad on defense. To only be using your Boombot less than half of your defensive rounds. He also, didn't he only have 1 ult? Am I fucking that up? I must be fucking that up. Okay, before the half.
Ends it.
Yeah, he had his second ult in round 12, and then he just died at the very beginning of the round to the other team's ult. And then he never got an ult in the second half because the half was over so fast.
But it's delayed by the mob.
So he only had one ult in the game, but it was a very short game. But still, that's not normal. It's not very impressive, I don't think. Not very impressive. I think he's just too defensive. I don't think he has the feel for Raze, where the point is that, like, obviously he feels good when his opponents walk into him. But I don't think he really understands that by using the nade and the boombot, you can force opponents to walk into you. Okay, it is time for me to go to bed. So, with that being said, I'm going to send you lot off to whoever's live. Who is live right now? We got Curry, Xander. Anybody else live on the Twitch.televisions? Avril is live, but I assume you guys are going to be wanting to watch Valorant Pacific. Who is streaming like a co-stream? Who's doing a co-stream of Pacific? Sliggy and a few. Well, where the fuck is he? Where is he? Huh? He's late. He's goddamn late. Yeah, where's Chobra? Where's Chobra? Where's Sliggy? 5 minutes, I reckon. Shall I go take a shit with my mic and my headphones on, and we can just have a conversation while I have a poo, and we'll wait for them to go live. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Do you think, would I get banned off Twitch for that? If you guys could hear me shitting. I'm not actually sure. I don't know if that's against terms of service. Shroud took a piss on stream. Yeah, so did Avast. But you could just say that you're acting. True, but I mean, that might have been undermined slightly by me saying, should I go and take a shit on stream? Muda took a shower on stream? Yeah, but I mean, presumably he had some clothes still on. Fucking hell. Would somebody like to get online? Would one of the Pacific Coast streamers like to get the fuck online? God damn. Do the others... Does Cryo or Xander... do they do Pacific Coast streams? Or are they just going to be playing ranked? No, they're just playing ranked? Tragedy. So how do I become a caster as a non-native speaker? There are plenty of non-native speakers that do casting. A lot of them at the moment are in EMEA because it just has a wider base of, you know, non-native English speakers involved closely with the English broadcast. But the path is the same as anybody else. You just have to produce content that showcases that you understand the game and that you have the ability to speak on camera in a charismatic way, and hope that that eventually gets you in a position to be able to showcase some live on camera talent. It has been other casters in the past, though, Goblin God. But yeah, at the moment, I guess it's only Kakuka. Thank you, embodiment of God. Can't we raid Valorant Pacific? Yeah, but I want to give the raid to one of the co-streamers, but they're not fucking online. All right, we're going to. All I heard was get a mustache and shave your head. Yeah, yes, that's right. That's right. Oh, I'm gonna raid Sliggy, and you can just hang out in his chat. Yeah, that's basically what you're gonna do anyway. Raid Sliggy TV. Oh, I just typed raid. I need to go to bed. Okay, off you go. Sliggy starts his streams around 10 minutes before. Well, then he's presumably going to be live in 1 minute by the look of things. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Peace.